Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll talk with Johnny Rovere, Mitchell Branjett, Nikki Knight Music, and we'll learn some more musical notes from Phil Kane. Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. On the program tonight, we'll talk with Johnny Rovere, Mitchell Branjett, Nikki Knight Music, and we'll learn some more musical notes from Phil Kane. Head on over to the YouTube channel and click that subscribe button to get notified when we go live next. The Face to Facebook livecast will begin momentarily. No more waiting, no more moments. The Face to Facebook livecast is happening right now. Look at that. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forget Me Not Fridays, or Forget Me Not Friday, as we're trying to get a new alliterative start to every day of the week when we do this, and then try and explain a little bit why I chose that title. Well, why did I choose Forget Me Not? Right now, unfortunately, it's because of the unpleasantness happening in Minneapolis. And these are the things and the people that we had better not forget for ever. It's a weird time, and there's been a couple of Facebook things where they've talked about the impending civil war that's going to happen because of all this, and this seems to be a thing that happens, or a thing that gets expressed, a sentiment that gets expressed every single time something unfortunate like this happens in the States. And I think the only positive takeaway that we can take from it is that I just don't think that the population is as invested, I guess is the word, in being able to have this social revolution that would call for a civil war. I don't think we're at that point. I think that that always gets brought up when the civil unrest happens. It happened, it got brought up in the 60s with the riots in LA, Watts, and Detroit. It got brought up during the Rodney King thing, and it's getting brought up again now. And I think the thing that we can take to heart is that I don't think we're going to end up with a civil war, but it certainly is an indication of how frustrated people get with injustice. So, Forget Me Not Friday. Don't forget what happens. That's all. And if you want to look at it on a positive note, then we can look at it on the positive note of, hey, keep those that are close to you in your hearts and in your memory. Don't forget about folks just because you're in a position where you may not be able to get in touch all the time, or you may not be able to hang out or whatever. Just, know that people are important. That's it. We have lovely guests on the program tonight. Johnny Revere, Mitchell Branjett, Nikki Knight, and we're going to be back with Mr. Phil Kane for some more musical notes. We're going to continue our blues journey where it started in the Deep South and move a little further north, I believe, is the plan. For those of you who have missed out on that program before, it's pretty neat. Or that segment before, it's pretty neat. It's like an ethnomusicology class or a music appreciation class. It's pretty cool. I am down with it, in other words. And then, you know, we'll be playing your comments, or I'll be playing your comments in the video comments. I'll be playing your requests in the video comments. I'm so tired. And if you look down at the crawler, look there. There it is. It's getting away from me. 41,500 roughly views of the videos. Isn't that amazing? Almost 6,000 a week. I think with the end of tonight, or certainly with the end of tomorrow, we'll have hit 6,000 people per week that are watching, which is, you know, for a guy with a Melfar Superstar t-shirt, that's not so bad. Anyway, send me some comments so I know that the comments are working. Oh, there we go. Dude, you should sleep more. I know. So I ended up going up for a nap right before the show, which is always a dumb idea. I don't know why I do that. I was so wiped out after the network move yesterday, and then there was a problem with my VMware setup today, where it had dropped one of the data stores, so a couple of the virtual machines weren't spinning on, and I thought it was because there were failed drives, because there are failed drives. But luckily, it's an RAID 10 array, which means that I can have a couple of failed drives before the thing tanks. And I ended up fixing it, but then I was like, you ever get that where, you know, there's something that's on your mind and it's weighing heavily on your mind, and then when you solve the problem, it's just like, and like all the stress and the weight just goes away. And then all of a sudden, the weight of exhaustion just comes on you, and you're just like, okay, I need to go lie down. Anyway, so I did, and I set my alarm for 6:30. Then I promptly fell back asleep when the alarm went off, and yeah, anyway. I was having weird dreams too. I was having dreams where I was being pursued by people, like in a movie, you know, where you've got like somebody's got state secrets or something, and they're trying to hide out. Anyway, and I was hiding out in an old girlfriend's house, but it obviously wasn't her house, but it was in the dream, where they were on vacation or something, so there was nobody there, and I was hiding there with, I can't remember who was with me. It was some like martial arts superstar guy, but it wasn't Steven Seagal. And we were like getting ready or whatever, and I was finding all these secret passageways in the house where the baseboard would open up, and I could shimmy through the baseboard and get to like a secret room in the house, and it was just interesting, and you know, anyway. So it wasn't a very restful sleep, but anyway, I digress. I continue to digress. Boy. Well, let us see what we're going to start out with in here before we talk to Mr. Johnny Revere. I've also got new music from Tara Watts. She put up a new song on Facebook, and I snagged it, and I can't wait to play it. It's going to be fun. There's one song that I've actually been wanting to play, and I can't seem to find the lyric. The cool thing is that it doesn't matter for the chords because it just drones on one note, which is it sounds like it would be boring, but the melody is so intoxicating that it kind of makes up for it. We still haven't found anybody, by the way, to participate in, you know, some giveaways that we might want to do. You know, give something back to folks, and it can be something as simple as, you know, a Tim card for like $10, or you know, grocery store gift card or something like that. So if you don't have anybody in a position where they might be able to help us with that, just tell them to get in touch with me, or let me know who I can get in touch with. Mr. George Briner, back from Thursday's livecast. That's right, we're back at it again. Oh boy. Okay, well I found the lyrics to this thing, so I think we're gonna try it. I think we're gonna try it. And see how it works. That's cool. I've just got it set backwards. Hang on a second. Let's go back up here and go split. Come on now. Gosh, come on. Okay, fine. We'll flip it around then. Nothing works when you want it to work. Now it works. Heading for a time of quiet when my restlessness is past, and I can lie down on my blanket and release my fists at last. Heading for a time of solitude, of peace without illusions, when the perfect circle marries all beginnings and conclusions. When they say you're not good enough, well, the answer is you're not. But who are they, or what is it that eats at what you've got? Hunger of ambition for the change inside the purse. They are handcuffs on the soul, my friends. Handcuffs on the soul and of quiet where the sage and sweet grass grow, by a lake of sacred water, from the mountains melted snow. Isn't that a pretty song? What song is it? It's called Quiet, and it's on the Paul Simon album You're the One. And it's just such a beautifully calming song. And I obviously can't do it as well as Paul does. And that's actually the first time I've tried playing it and singing it. So I'm pretty okay with how it turned out. But it's one of those cool meditative songs that you can, if you're feeling frustrated or furious, or you're all out of sorts. I find that when I listen to that song, that's one of those meditative songs where I put that one on and it just goes away. It was also a song that we played at my uncle's wake, because it was just such a great indication of letting go of all of your earthly connections and just allowing yourself to become one with the universe again. I think it's gorgeous. And I'm glad that it turned out as well as it did. I realized when I started, it's one of those ones I should probably wait for my voice to warm up a little bit before we go. But it's a beautiful song. So I hope that's why you were asking, Ashley, because you will now go and find a version of that. That whole album is absolutely amazing. I think my favorite song on it has to be either Quiet or Senorita with a Necklace of Tears, and that one's also fantastic. Alrighty. Oh, that's the other one. I heard this song on a Google Play Shuffle list that was playing in the house today. And I forgot how much I love it. Sometimes it's cool when Shuffle Play comes on. It reminds you of a song that you've heard before, right? Or reminds you how much you enjoyed that song. Anyway, this is one of those tunes. And Mr. Kevin Reno is going to be able to watch all night tonight. Well, fantastic, man. I've missed you. How's the cat? We've had some Twitch spammers. You know, it's interesting. The only time that we've gotten spam in the chat has been when it's Twitch. And it's people like trying to say, hey, you can bump up your listener count by going here and purchasing viewers. Okay, ban. Oh, and I had super fun today. Super fun. If you go over to my Facebook page and you click on the profile, you'll find my conversation with a spam bot. And I know it's probably a robot and they're not really reading it, but it was just too much fun. Every time I would answer them, it was one of those, have you heard about this monetary program on Facebook where they're offering you all this money? So normally I just delete those things, but this time I decided to have fun with it, and I responded back and said, yes, I got my money. Have you heard about this other program? And I started building these program titles, but the program titles, the first letter of each part of the program title spelled out something like twat or jerk or whatever. It was brilliant. Anyway, I thought it was brilliant. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's try this one. We could probably do a little beat for this. Oh, there we go. A little piano with a little bit of effect on it. Well, I know it's kinda late. I hope I didn't wake you. What I gotta say can't wait. I know you'd understand. But every time I tried to tell you, the words just came out wrong. So I'll have to say I love you in a song. Yeah, I know it's kind of strange, but every time I'm near you, I just run out of things to say. I know you'd understand, 'cause every time I tried to tell you, the words just came out wrong. So I'll have to say I love you in a song. Every time the time was right, all the words just came out wrong. So I'll have to say I love you in a song. Yeah, I know it's kinda late. I hope I didn't wake you, but there's something that I just gotta say. You'd understand, know you'd understand. 'Cause every time I tried to tell you, the words just came out wrong. So I'll have to say I love you in a song. So I'll have to say I love you in a song. Super fun. All right. And now that's favorited. I love that tune. That's a Jim Croce tune called I'll Have to Say I Love You in a Song. And there's so many great Jim Croce tunes. Hello, Gail LeClaire. How are you? Welcome to the program. It's nice now that we've been doing this program for so long and we talked to so many people, we're starting to see new faces. And that's lovely. Lena Frost says, Jack will donate a print. Oh, well, look at that. We'll have a print that we can give away to somebody that would brighten up their day. I think that's pretty cool. We just have to figure out how we're going to do that. How will we do a giveaway? I think that, yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to do that yet. But let's think collectively on it, shall we? Let's all put our collective heads together on the interwebs here and figure out how we could do a giveaway. Because I would love to do that. And if Jack is willing to donate a print, then that would be lovely. Somebody could have an excellent piece of artwork that they could hang to remind them that all is not terrible in the world. I think that would be very lovely. All right. Well, let us do this one, and then we'll get on the horn with our first guest of the evening. We always have a couple of requests for this. So this time, I'm going to beat the requests and just do it. How about that? She can kill with a smile, she can wound with her eyes, she can ruin your faith with her casual lies, and she only reveals what she wants you to see. She hides like a child, but she's always a woman to me. She can lead you to love, she can take you or leave you. She can ask for the truth, but she'll never believe. And she'll take what you give her as long as it's free. Yes, she steals like a thief, but she's always a woman to me. Oh, she takes care of herself. She can wait if she wants. She's ahead of her time. Oh, she'd never you more than the Garden of Eden, that she'll carelessly cut you in life while you're bleeding, but she'll bring out the best and the worst you can be. Blame it all on yourself, 'cause she's always a woman to me. Whoa, she takes care of herself. She can wait if she wants. She's ahead of her time. Oh, she never gives out. She never gives in. She just changes her mind. She's frequently kind and she's suddenly cruel. She can do as she pleases. She's nobody's fool. And she can't be convicted, she's earned her degree. And the most she will do is throw shadows at you, but she's always a woman to me. Well, there we go. And Gail LeClaire says she knows Johnny Rovier, who we're about to talk to right now. How coincidental is that? That's pretty cool. Ashley's got some good suggestions. I don't know that I want to leave it to chance though. And then okay, so even if we do, she says, go to a certain YouTube followers goal. Once I reach a certain number, do a scavenger hunt, and each show give the next clue, they're fantastic ideas. I just don't know, like. Sure, the YouTube followers goal, that's actually probably pretty good, because then whoever reaches, X number of follower, or who becomes follower X, then gets the thing. That's probably a good way to do it. The scavenger hunt thing is good too, but that's far too creative for me. I'm not that creative of a person. Well, let's go ahead and get Mr. Johnny Rovier on the line. On the Jetsons video phone. I feel like that should be the caption on the bottom, a Jetsons video phone. Because I always make reference to the fact that we live in the future. The world of the Jetsons is the world of now. I'm going to take, I've got Johnny on. I don't have him live yet because he's currently watching the pants cam, or the keyboard cam, and I want to turn that off so he can actually see my face, which again, most people would argue is the worst view. And I want to ask him one quick favor. If he wouldn't mind just flipping his phone landscape so that we can get some widescreen video would be perfect. And there we go. Now, as the kids say, we're cooking with gas. And here we go. We're going to bring him over right now. The handsome devil from down Kingsville Way, Mr. Johnny Rovier. Are you on the phone, sir?
I'm on the phone. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. It's very, very lovely to see your face again, my friend.
Very lovely to see your face again. You sound awesome tonight.
Oh, thank you. I think I sound overtired, hoarse, and strained mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, but thank you very much. I will take that under advisement. The very first question, and the most important question, of course, is are you and those around you doing okay, doing well, happy and healthy?
Yes, everybody's doing good and happy and healthy. Everybody in my immediate circle.
Yeah, good. Okay, that's the most important question. And for those of you who don't know who I'm talking to, and if you've been anywhere around the music scene, I don't know how that would be possible, but you can often catch this cat playing at the most recent place I saw you playing at was A1 Chinese in Leamington,
yeah.
Which is amazing to me. Tell me, how did you get that? Like, when did they decide that they were going to do live music? Because it seems so weird.
I don't know. And yeah, when the manager called me up and asked me if I was willing to do that, and I was kind of taken back by it. I didn't know what to think, and I thought, okay, I'll try it. And it's one of my favorite places to play now. It's great. They pay me good, and I get free food at the end of the night.
Well, that's a bonus in and of itself. Usually we can't get drinks from the bar, but you get food from the Chinese
Right.
place. That's awesome.
Feed me for the week.
Yeah. How is the crowd like in terms of reaction? Because I often find when we're asked to play things like dinner shows or cocktail hours or something like that, it can get weird because you feel like almost you're intruding on the conversation of the meal. But do you find that people are there like to appreciate what you're doing as well?
Yeah, and that's what I was worried about at first as well. But no, it seems like they love it, and I get people coming back every Friday. And what happens is every half hour the crowd changes over. So it's like I get a new crowd every half hour.
Yeah,
You
there
know,
you go. You know
and
the best part of that is you only have to learn about 5 songs.
no, it's at the beginning of the night it's more the older crowd, so I play some of the softer stuff, and then as it gets through the night, as it gets near the end of the night, it's a younger crowd that's in there eating, and it's a different kind of music I play.
Yeah, no, that's great.
And it's delicious food, and I really do like it there.
Yeah, that was one of my hangouts when I worked out in Leamington. I would always bug my one of my work colleagues that we would always go to lunch together, and I would be like, "Let's do A1. Let's do A1. Come on, it's so good." Yeah, it's a nice place.
Yeah.
Well, tell me how far out are you canceled gig wise?
Oh my God, I don't even know anymore. I don't. I mean, they were calling me and okay, this gig's gonna be canceled. I'm like, yeah, I kind of assumed it was. I don't know. Just before this all started, I was about to start doing like hosting karaoke nights as well, and whatever. Right, I got the equipment, so why not make money off it, right? And,
For sure.
So that was supposed to start at the Pogue in Wheatley on April 3rd, but I'm hoping once this all gets back to normal that.
Wait, what was that cockeyed look
still
for?
happens.
What was that for?
I don't know. The word normal nowadays just something else, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say that I've used the term the new normal on this program before, and I hate it with a passion. But it's one of those things that people can relate to, I guess, or understand. So yeah, I get it. I want to ask you this question, because there's so much musical opportunity in the city, right, in Windsor. But do you find that, like, if you give people the opportunity to appreciate live music in the county, they're more inclined to stay out there because you're giving them something where they don't have to necessarily drive 45 minutes into the city to enjoy it, and they kind of might appreciate it a little bit more because it's something more homegrown?
Right, and I don't have to drive into the city as well. I mean, plus in the city, it seems like a lot of the gigs they end at midnight or 2 in the morning. Where out here, I can find a lot of gigs where I'm done at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and that's what I'm kind of trying to stick around to. And
Yeah.
hopefully, when the wineries open back up, I'll get some more gigs at those. And I like those kind of gigs where I'm done early and I can just enjoy the rest of the night.
Yeah, I mean, you're one of those rare musicians that gets to have this thing called a life that the rest of us are really envious of. So,
Yeah.
I want to ask you this question. This is one that I like to ask all of my friends that perform, and it's a two-part question. So I'll either give you both parts at once or one at a time. Which would you prefer?
I'll take two at once.
Two at once. Okay, perfect. So if you looked at your set list, or if you go over the list of requests that people have given you over your career, if there was one song that you never ever had to play again, you would be totally fine with that. And is there, on the flip side of that, is there one song that you absolutely cannot wait to play every single time? And I think we just lost your video for some reason.
Oh no, hang on, sorry. I'm back.
Oh, look at that. Back and better than ever.
My battery was dying, but it's okay. I got 20%. I'm good. I don't know. I kind of love all the songs I play. At the same time, I hate all the songs I play. But I love playing the Eagles. I love anything with harmony, even though I don't have harmony at the moment. But I'm in the middle of working on a project where there might be some harmony coming up. So, but yeah, I guess there isn't any songs that I just despise playing because I just don't play those ones, right? But I do love playing a lot of them. But I guess the Eagles would be my favorite.
Yeah.
Alice in Chains,
You know,
obviously.
it's interesting because the Eagles are so litigious. you know, and maybe that's not fair. Maybe it's not the band themselves, but their management company are so litigious. Like every time that I've been asked to play an Eagles tune on this show, my YouTube video gets blocked. And
What?
And it's only the Eagles. And you'll find the same thing. I will challenge all my musician friends to go on Facebook Live and play an Eagles tune. You will find that your video will be removed almost immediately.
Isn't Metallica like that as well?
Well, I wouldn't know because I don't play a whole lot of Metallica, but it could be. And again,
I think they're like that.
It may be unfair to put that on the band. It might be the management company that's doing that, and it probably likely is. But it's just so infuriating because the songs are so good and so many people like them, and you know all we're trying to do is just show our appreciation for these songs, and it drives me insane.
Right.
Here's the other flip side question that all the performing artists get on this program, or I try to anyway, and that is, can you think of a point up to this point, or a time up to this point, where you went on stage and went, this was the most, or you got off stage and said, this is the most fabulous show I've ever given in my life. Like it was the show. If they were to make a movie of my life, this would be the show that they would do. And then in that same movie, because there's always there's the fall and then the crest, right? So it's like, you know, we have the Johnny Revere story and he's going along here, and then there's like the show that's the absolute worst in my life and I wanted to set myself on fire and never perform music again, and then all of a sudden here we go up to the best show ever. Those are the two that I want.
Like if we're talking about my whole career in music, one of my best shows was when I played with Purple Orange back in, there was a summer bender, and we opened up for Richie Nix, and there was like 1,000 people there, and it was just amazing. As far as my own show, I played at that trailer park in Kingsville there. I forget what it's called. But I played up on a balcony, and the whole trailer park was down below, and I was able to crank my system as loud as I could, and you could hear me from concession to concession, and they loved it. There was a whole bunch of little kids standing in front of me like they'd never heard a live concert before in their life. And I played, what's his name? That punk kid. Anyway, it was like one of those, can't remember his name right now, but I played like a song where the kids just knew all the words to it and they just thought it was the best thing ever, and that stuff like that makes my show. Yeah. You know, if I play like a live event and there's like, it's a family thing and there's like just little kids, because they never get to see stuff like that. So I know for them it's something, you know.
Yeah. It's a real concert for them. Like really, when you have to think about it that way, right? It's like, you know, that to them. I remember going out, you know, going camping at a provincial park or whatever when I was a kid with my parents. And yeah, if there was something that was happening, you felt like, you know, at that age, you were like, oh my God, there's a guy on stage and he's playing music. Like it's a real concert for them. So good for you. That's fantastic.
Yeah. And I've done a show or two where I was sick, you know, and I don't want to mention the bars that I was at or whatever. And it's just, they just end up not being good shows, but you still the show must go on, right? And you got to still pretend you're having a great time, even though deep down inside you're sick. Yeah. Not COVID.
Yeah, I think we know you're okay. You know, and yeah, definitely, you know, I should have prefaced this by saying when I ask these questions, I'm not looking to shame any bars or shame any venues or certainly shame any other band members that you happen to be playing with. It's just one of those interesting things where, you know, we as artists, we always, for some reason, tend to focus and remember the negative times more than the really successful times. We're able to easily go back in our heads and say, boy, I remember all the terrible shows I played, or boy, I remember when I bombed this song the last time. But we have a hard time finding the positive. Go ahead. You're gonna.
I finally remembered one of the really bad ones.
Oh yeah, go for it.
I was at a party. I was in Peep Show a long time ago, and we all took mushrooms. And about halfway through, the mushrooms kicked in, and I forgot that I was even singing the songs. I was just cruising along, and I'm like, "What song are we doing?" And like, I could not remember a word after that, and it was just a fandango. So yeah, that was the worst show ever. Oh. But that was on me. So
I have also I also have a story about, but maybe we'll tell that another time. A story of consumables and things like that that made. Okay, I'm just going to tell it. So it was St. Patrick's Day. At St.
my
Patrick's Day,
favorite holiday.
yeah, about like 4 years ago, and I was playing. I was playing all day. I started at 11 o'clock in the morning, and I went all the way until 3 in the morning, which was a very long day. But for me, I love that. That's my jam. I could do that all day, every day. And anyway, the problem was being St. Patrick's Day, and I'm playing at a very friendly venue, like a venue that's very friendly to me. So about 11 o'clock in the morning, the drinks started, and they were feeding me wonderful beverages. Um, and then I went out to the parking lot for a break, and somebody had infused chocolate, and I said, "Oh yeah, that sounds great. Let's have some of that." And then I went back inside, and somebody had a cookie, like this big giant cookie, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, let's do that." And I ate that, and I remember at one point during the show, I'm playing, right, and I'm on stage. I'm playing in a band. I'm not just playing by myself. I'm playing in a band, right? And I'm on stage and blah blah blah. And I look down, and I'm like, whose hands are these?
I know that feeling.
And what are they doing? They appear to be playing the piano. And then I do this, right? I think I'm really sneaky, right? I'm playing, and I start looking at the other band members like this. I'm like, am I playing the right song right now? No one's looking at me. So I think I'm playing. I must be the right song. I'm just going to keep doing this. And here's the kicker to that story. You ready for this? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I got a phone call for a job interview. So I showed up at 5 o'clock in the evening to this job interview, and I got the job, which is amazing. And then
Was it for Fria?
and then like a year later, I was talking with my boss, and he's like, he was like, we were just so impressed when you came in for your interview. You were just so relaxed. It seemed like
Yeah, you're looking to fall asleep.
yeah, it seemed like nothing mattered to you. It's like whatever question we threw at you, you just handled it, with. And I'm like, yep, that's about right. I want to jump in here really quick and say that Gail Leclerc says hello. She's someone who has joined.
That's actually Gail Leclerc's son, Ryan Leclerc.
Oh, okay. Well then, there you
He
go.
uses her account, and we chat back and forth sometimes. That's Chris Leclerc's younger brother, older
Okay.
brother.
Uh,
Yeah.
well, they say hello. And then a mutual friend of ours, Mr. Dusty D'Annunzio, says hello and hopes you are well.
I am well. I hope he is well.
I think he's always well. That cat is just so incredible. That he has more talent in the tip of his little finger than I will ever have in my entire lifetime. It makes me sick.
Right. I love watching him play, but it still makes me angry sometimes.
Exactly. It's
'Cause I
weird.
practice so much.
It's weird because as musicians, right, that we have this visceral reaction when people play better than we do. We either react one of two ways. We either say, I'm going to go home and burn my guitar because I'm never going to be able to play that well, or I'm going to go home and practice as hard as I can because I want to be a better musician. And for some reason, it varies, right?
Yeah, but I remember meeting Dusty when I was like in my teens, and he was still that good. Like there was like nothing. It's like he was born playing guitar or something. I just don't get it.
I was just going
I'm
to
envious.
Yeah, I was just going to say that when he was born, I was there when he was born. And he came out, and the doctor gave him a little spanking. And he turned around and went, keep that going. So the doctor kept hitting him with a little beat, and then he picked up this little ukulele and just started jamming. It was amazing. Tell me, answer this question for me. Back to getting to you, the subject of this whole talk. What do you find is the greatest reward of playing just as a solo act, and then what do you find really frustrating about playing as a solo act?
The greatest reward about playing as a solo act is I don't have to count on anybody else. I can just show up and do my thing, and the obvious, I don't have to share the money. I do really like it, but playing in a band, you do have that camaraderie that I have been missing, and you get to have harmony. You get to have a fuller sound, but like I mentioned earlier, I've just recently joined an already starting out original band, and so far we've jammed twice, and I'm loving it. And it's a very good mix, and it sounds really good, and everybody is just great. It's a refreshing thing that I've missed in bands, and maybe it was just a timing thing, and it's perfect timing now.
Yeah, I agree. I think those things, those kind of sentiments go in waves. You know, there's a lot of times where, don't get me wrong, I love the bandmates that I play with right now, and like you said, there's that weird, awesome synergy that goes on, especially when you get with the right people,
Right.
and I love that. But there's also times where, you know, I love what I'm doing right now, for example, because I get to play whatever the hell I want,
Mhm.
and I don't have to argue with anybody in the band about why I want to play this song. I just want to play the song, and I'm going to do it. It's great. Um, I want to ask. I want to turn it away from music a little bit and talk a little bit personally, if that's okay with you. And it's not going to be anything deeply personal. It's just kind of general chit chat.
I'll do my
Um,
best.
yeah, no worries. You know, we're all finding ourselves living in this weird time right now, right? Where and the weirdest thing about it is that we have time, because, you know, that's one of those things that we always say, oh, I wish I had more time to do this, I wish I had more time to do that. And now most of us have been granted that opportunity, and some of us, you know, some of us are doing quite well with it. We know how to fill this time, and we're doing it to, you know, start new projects, or you know, work on ourselves a little bit, or develop a new talent or something like that. But other folks are really having a hard time, because the time can be a real burden when you have too much of it. And I'm just wondering, you know, what are you doing to help fill that time, and do you have anything that you might be able to suggest to folks that are really struggling?
Um, I've been doing lots of things, a ridiculous amount of things. I got into cosplay, and I learned to make my own outfits and stuff. And like, if people who know me well know I'm a Star Wars fanatic, and that's a grand understatement. And so I've been making outfits and stuff, which is cool. I taught myself to sew, but on
Yeah.
top of that, I'm on top of that, I'm also working on myself. I have a lot of alone time, so I've been working on myself, mentally, physically, environmentally, and I've come up with this plan, and the plan is healthy mind, healthy body, healthy environment, and each one of those things, as you do them, are going to make the next thing easier. And I'm also trying to be way less negative. At the beginning of all this COVID thing, when everybody's arguing on the internet, it was draining me mentally and spiritually. And I just decided to not be in the negative of it all anymore. And this COVID thing has been a great thing for me mentally, actually. And so, yeah, I think no matter what the situation is, if you just try and make the best of it, um, just I don't know,
Yeah.
constantly self improve.
Yeah.
Now is the time to self improve.
You know, that's something that we've heard quite a bit of on the show when I've talked to different people, and I'm really kind of excited by that, in the sense that a lot of people are choosing to use this time to examine the parts of themselves that maybe they're not happy with, or they feel that they need to improve. And we now have that. I'm calling it the cocoon time. We're all wrapped up in these little
Right,
cocoons where no one can
right.
see us, and we're going to come out as something, maybe something different, maybe something beautiful. Who knows, right? So you know, I think that's incredibly important. And you're right. That is one of those things where if you take a multifaceted approach like that, you know, mind, body, environment, as soon as you begin to improve on one of those, you'll see that kind of domino effect spreading into each of the other areas. And it's kind of a really cool personal equivalent of the whole pay it forward to the universe thing, right? It's a way
Hmm.
that you can really easily see that, you know, one of sorry, I'm just going to tangentize here for a second, but you know, one of those things about the pay it forward thing, right? When you, let's say you go through the line at Tim Hortons and you pay for the car behind you or whatever, what you don't see is the trickle effect that that could have. You know, maybe that person behind you is just having a really bizarre day, and that little one act of kindness was enough for them to realize that I'm not alone in the world. Somebody cares about me. I'm important. I matter. And now they're approaching that day with a different sentiment, right? And I think what you said, it's very easy now to see how each one affects the other. But you pointed like you wanted to interject.
Right. And just like you're saying that, I believe that same effect works inward.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, and that's what I'm doing now is I'm paying forward inward.
Yeah.
And I'm giving more to me, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Of course.
But it seemed like until this point, when you're sitting all alone for 60 plus days, that it just makes a lot of sense. And there's no reason why I'm not going to, once this is all done and we're back out in the real world, that I'm not going to stop continuing to self-improve.
Yeah. Well,
I think everybody should, and it's only for everybody's good, you know.
I agree. I commend you for it, because introspection is one of the hardest things that we will ever do. It's very easy for us to hold someone else up to a standard, or hold someone else up to inspection, right? Or critique. It's another thing entirely to take ourselves to task, and it's a very, very difficult thing to do. So, you should congratulate yourself on the fact that you're willing to do it and able to do it.
Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to suggest this on your show, but I'll tell you what, acid and mushrooms really help you come to realizations, and you do you. But,
well, it's one of those things. Microdosing is becoming the new thing, right? That's the big new popular thing where you begin to take microdoses of hallucinogenics or something, or what do they call it?
Psychedelics, psilocybins,
yeah, exactly. We know what we're talking about. Yeah,
right.
And it's a great way. Basically, the way that I understand that it works, and I'm not a scientist, so I don't really know the science behind it, but what I believe happens is that it removes barriers of inhibition, right? So you start to see things from different ways. Is that correct? Or you might be able.
To me, I don't microdose, but what I think it does is it allows me to see things differently. It allows me to see things really. You can't lie to yourself. You know what I mean? So you're seeing things about yourself that you had a cognitive dissonance about. Do you know what I mean? And then you can accept that and stop making excuses for it and change it. And that's what led me to all this. And
it's pretty powerful stuff. And it's funny because Julie's listening to this, and she does something called neuro-linguistic programming, which is a way. It's like a subliminalized way of removing mental blockages, right? Which is essentially what you're talking about, in the sense that you see something about you begin to recognize patterns in your life that have held you back from achieving potential,
right.
And then you can use these techniques in order to overcome those and actually become a better person. She mentions two things in here that I wanted to get to. She says that completely support your claim. She says, when we think better, we live better. And that's 100% true. I remember that I had a friend who was just miserable, right? Just absolutely miserable. And it seemed like whenever I would try to show them the positive side of things, it would just be like, well, but it's not positive enough, or, well, this is still bad. And I remember going to another friend of mine and saying, I just don't know how to help this guy. Like, I feel so badly because every time I talk to him, it's this sob story. And I'll never forget this. My friend looked at me and he said, it's because that's what works for him. That's what works for him. Being miserable is what works for him, and until he recognizes that and can get past that, you're not going to be able to change it. So that's that whole, when we think better, we live better. When you start to change
because as a human race, we like to come up with excuses for our shortfalls, and to the point where we even believe those excuses, and it's hard to get out of that same track, and because it's a rut that everybody's in. And the sooner you can come to the realizations and get out of the rut and stop making excuses for these things. Like, here's an example. And this is how, when I was a kid, I was petrified of spiders. And I used to tell everybody all the time, I'm scared of spiders. Oh my God, there's a spider, I'm scared. Then I started realizing that every time I see a spider, I'm reinforcing it in my brain that I'm afraid of the spider because I keep saying it out loud. I keep saying it to people that I'm afraid of spiders. So I started seeing spiders and I'd look up close. Oh, they are kind of cool. Oh, look, they're cool. Even though I didn't believe it, I just said it all the time. And I kept saying it. I kept saying it to the point where now I can hold a spider in my hand. If there's a spider in the house or somebody's scared of a spider, get it, kill it. Oh, no, don't kill it. I'll grab it and I'll put it outside. And that is all because what you say is what you believe. What you believe is who you are. So when people always say, oh, I have OCD in this, well, you keep saying it, so you're reinforcing it in your own brain, you know, or I'm this way, this is how I am. Well, you're that way because you keep saying it. You're reinforcing it. You say it, you believe it, that's who you are.
Yeah.
Stop saying it.
Yeah.
Stop believing it.
That's an incredibly powerful self-realization, and it's something that, again, that it takes a lot of guts, right? Julie comes in again and says, agrees 100%. Yep, it's like working out a muscle. You reinforce a neural pathway every time you think it.
Right. I hated my job. But every day I would yell out from the top of my lungs, I love my job. Until one day, all of a sudden, I loved my job.
Yeah. And she also points out, sorry, just...
Sorry.
No. I just want to. As you say these things, where validation for these things comes out, I want to point it out. You know, and it goes back to when we first started talking about this. She says self-care doesn't equate to selfishness, which I think is important, right? You were saying that, oh, it seems like it's a really, you know, focusing on me is a selfish thing, but focusing on yourself is not selfish, right? Yeah. So
also, loving yourself is not egotistical.
Exactly. Yeah.
Everybody should love themselves, but sometimes, you know, I love myself and I get put down for it. You know what I mean? But I don't care because I love me. What can you do? Like, and I love me, and I love me enough to work on myself to make me better.
Yeah, I think that's important, but I also think it sort of depends, doesn't it, on how you approach that. There's a difference between being self-actualized and working toward a better you and being a braggadocio. Is there not?
Right. There. Yeah. Yes. Okay. So there is that, but I don't feel like I'm a braggadocio. But I do sometimes. I try and spread the knowledge, you know, of self-love and self-care, but sometimes people don't want to hear things.
Yeah, well, because it's one of those things, Johnny, that's super difficult for people to accept. They don't want to accept that the things that may be going wrong, they are responsible for. They, like you said, they want to externalize and put the blame on something else so that they can
just in our nature.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, of course it is. And by the way, you know, I try to self-love all the time, but then they kick me out of the library. So
I was going to say, but then somebody has to use the bathroom.
That's right. See, we're on the same page. We're on the same. I love it. You know, one of the things you talked about was the negativity that we saw, and we still see it. I mean, you know, people, you know, the keyboard armchair warriors are amazingly strong in this world, and it's unfortunate. But one of the things that we have seen as well is we've seen really the best examples of humanity coming forward during this time too. We've seen things like, and it doesn't have to be a grand gesture. It can be something as simple as, you know, people asking their elderly neighbors, hey, I'm going to the store, do you want anything? Or they cut their lawn for them, or things like that. You know, we see this benevolence or acts of benevolence start. And I want to know if you've seen something like that, and or can you give me an example of something like that you've seen that you hope that will continue even after we're past this time?
I didn't see that at first, and I'll tell you why I didn't see it at first. Because this put me into such a negative frame of mind that I couldn't see the good. But I reached a point, and this point was reached, and a realization was reached while on a psychedelic that I'm not seeing the good because I'm so negative about it. But now I'm seeing the good. Now I'm seeing people with bags of groceries and bringing them up to people's, you know, because I live in an apartment where there's a lot of older people here, and I see people bringing them groceries, you know, and I'm seeing, you know, I'm now seeing other people and their Facebook of them self-improving and putting out positive thoughts, where I was skipping all that and I was just looking at all the stuff about Trump and, you know, Trudeau, and now I don't even want to see any of that anymore. Like, it's just so energy draining. But on the flip side of it, now that I'm looking at all the positive things that everybody's putting out, it's it's way better for me.
Of course.
And I think there is a downward suction of negativity of this, but I truly believe that we'll come through this, and if everybody just keeps on a positive note and don't lose your friends over it, don't lose your family over it.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks differently, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is all going to be over eventually, and
Yeah, 100%.
we'll be back to normal.
Um, Julie jumps in and she said she apologized. She's apologizing for all of these comments, which you don't need to do that because that's sort of the whole idea.
Will I be able to see these comments after?
Yeah, you will actually. Yeah,
Okay.
they just show up as you're watching the video. They show up.
Okay.
But she says, when you're in a bad place, just reach for the next best thought you can possibly come up with. It doesn't have to be a huge leap. Small steps will eventually get you there. And but she says, sorry for all the comments, but you're hanging in my wheelhouse. So she's super excited that we're actually on this topic. But now we're gonna change. We're gonna shift. We're gonna pivot. We're gonna do that. You mentioned that you're a huge Star Wars fanatic, and as am I. Nowhere near the passion that you, and certainly not nowhere near the knowledge that you have for it. But
Yeah.
it is one of those things, and I think it's something unique to our generation. How deeply it impacted us, because that was like for the first time we were seeing these amazing things, right? I want you to give me the best and worst Star Wars moment.
The worst Star Wars moment I can start with is Jar Jar Binks. I'm sorry. And the best Star Wars moment is when Ahsoka meets up with Darth Vader for the first time after she was kicked out of the Jedi Order. And Ahsoka was Anakin Skywalker's Padawan during the Clone Wars. And then she got kicked out of the Jedi Order. And then many years later, ran into Darth Vader and didn't know it was Anakin. But during the fight, she figured it out. And that was a great moment. There's lots of great moments. I didn't like the last three movies at first. But once the last movie came out, like Part 9, I think everybody needs to watch those three again and watch Episode 9, because Episode 9 has become one of my favorite Star Wars movies. It has the best lightsaber battle in any movie. And I say that because there's a Clone Wars and there's Rebels.
Yeah.
Rebels is my favorite of all Star Wars stories, parts of the story. Star Wars is such an expanded universe. And so when people say, I don't like Star Wars, I'm like, how can you say you don't like Star Wars?
Yeah, which
it's such
part?
a huge expanded universe that like right now I'm playing Knights of the Old Republic again, which explains all the Mandalorian wars and everything. And like Rebels, it's a whole nother story, and Clone Wars, and it's so huge and it all ties together. I just can't see people saying they don't like it. Like the movies are my least favorite of everything, of the stories. But it is the greatest story ever told in human history if you knew the whole expanded story.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Thank you for the qualifier. Because I think that like all great stories, it borrows from stories past, right? It retells those common narratives, right? The David versus Goliath struggle, the small plucky band of rebels fleeing oppression or fighting oppression. But for me, I will say this, that with the first two movies, and I don't mean 1 and 2, I mean 4 and 5.
4 and 5, yeah.
There was a sense of the grandiose. There was a sense of the struggle. There was certainly a darkness to them that was there. But then something changed in Episode 6, and we got the cute fuzzy things, and the cute fuzzy things being the Ewoks, and I started to see that the shift became more about what merchandise can we pimp off these movies, and it kind of, again, this is just me and just the way that I saw it, but it's like all the movies after that became less about the story and less about the characters and more about how can we turn this into a video game and how can we turn this into a plush toy that we can sell after.
Okay, well, there's something I'll tell you. Here's my worst moment of Star Wars. When I watched how it was made or something, it's a Netflix thing. It's about our toys of when we grew up. It's about the G.I. Joe toys.
Mattel.
Yeah, and the Star Wars toys and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle toys. Did you know that Transformers, G.I. Joe, Star Wars, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all those things, the toys were made first. The movies were made to sell the toys. Did you know that? That's crazy.
I think
I was crushed.
You know, that kind of clears that up a little bit, because it always really frustrated to me. You know, another perfect case in point. What you are to Star Wars, I am to Lord of the Rings. I think Lord of the Rings,
another great story.
When you encompass everything, again, that whole expanded universe, to me, that's the greatest story of all time in human history.
It is a good story.
It is a good, yeah. But and I was so excited when they decided to make the Hobbit movies, right? Because we didn't have a good Hobbit movie. We had a kiddie version from the 70s, and it was okay. But you know, now we were going to have the power of the Peter Jackson style stuff, and we were going to have the power of all the CGI. Those movies were god awful. There is not a single there's not a single redeeming quality about that whole movie franchise for the Hobbit. All it was a giant ad for a video game. They lost the meaning and fullness of the story. Sorry, now I'm going to go off on this for a second. Part of the thing that was really amazing about The Hobbit, and it's the same thing with Star Wars, in my opinion, was the plucky David versus Goliath story, right? So at the end of The Hobbit, you had Bard, the archer, and he had that single black arrow, right? That his father, crafted for him. And that single tiny arrow took down Goliath, the big dragon, right at the end.
Because he hit him where the scale was
in the weak spot, exactly. But suddenly in this movie, that tiny little, that symbol of a small act overcoming a great evil gets turned into this massive steel ballista ranged weapon. They just ruined it. and they took they took the character of that white orc that was the leader of the orcs, who had literally 2 sentences in the book. Now was this major protagonistic character in the it made no sense, and it completely ruined the whole story for me. And it took me a while before I was able to forgive that. It's one of the only things, I'm a media collector. It's one of the only things where I actually erased it from my media collection. I was so pissed off at it.
Wow. I didn't mind the movies. I thought they were okay. But I think, as far as the Star Wars thing is, to me, it really plays on, today even, as in the Empire being the government, and the people just want, to have this hope of something good, and hope is what builds a rebellion, right? And the rebellion and
yes and no, because I'm going to flip that around on you, and I'm going to say that you could very easily say that the rebellion is ISIS.
Okay. I appreciate all viewpoints like that.
Yeah, because what we're talking about when we reduce it down to its basic level is you're talking about a band of freedom fighters fighting the status quo.
Right. And I just posted something the other day because it was the whatever year reunion of Star Wars that came out May 27th, I think it was, or May 25th. And I posted a meme that said something about so many stormtroopers and engineers lost their lives on the Death Star.
there's two memes that I thought about the Star Wars thing that were absolutely brilliant. That was one of them, right? And then the other one was where it's the propaganda department of the Empire, and they like to say, we have finally announced that we've cured COVID on Alderaan. That's
they blew it up.
Yeah. I thought
that's
that was
clever.
Cool.
I never saw that one, but that's clever.
Yeah, it's good. And I would have to say, to be perfectly honest with you, and this may be one of those things where we'll never look at each other the same way, or you'll never look at me the same way. But if we lived in the Star Wars universe, I would be 100% pro Empire. I would be 100% in the Empire.
Well, I wouldn't be either or. I'd just be a Sith and try and mess with me.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, see, and that's another thing that bugs me. Anyway, this is a whole other conversation. The whole Jedi versus Sith thing. I would be so. Come on, the Sith are so much cooler. Why would you not want to force choke people? I mean, that's the first thing I'd want to learn. Johnny, it's been really, really awesome to catch. Oh, we have a freeze. Hopefully you're going to come back. I don't know if that's your battery or if that's the weird thing that's been happening lately.
I know some women that would want to be force choked. Oh,
what
happened?
What a thing!
I lost the video there. I was
yeah.
like, what did I say something wrong?
No. It's all good. It's a weird thing that's been happening with Facebook recently. I think it's some kind of congestion or something. Anyway, I wanted to say. Oh, sorry, Sarah Blanchard.
It's like as soon as I said that, all of a sudden I'm cut off.
Sarah Blanchard pops in and says, "Yay, Johnny, you were supposed to be positive. It's in your soul. Rock on." So there you go. Anyway, I want to say that this, thank you so much for being willing to volunteer your time and talk. And
God, I'm honored. Like I was honored when you asked me. I thought it's great what you're doing. I really do, and I really appreciate you thinking of me. And so.
No, man. I mean, everybody's story is important, and I always want to talk to the people that are important to me to find out, what they're thinking and where their head's at. Because I think the more conversations we have, the more we begin to understand the things that we have in common rather than the things that divide us. Or if we start to find out about the things that divide us, we can start working on how can we turn that into something that, can bring us together. Or maybe even.
Whoops. Sorry. Oh wait, I lost you. Hang on a second.
No, we're there.
Okay, I'm back. Yes, I hear what you're saying, and there's a solution for everything. Is what I was going to say. There's a solution for everything. If me and you don't agree upon something, there's a solution for that. So.
Okay, but what's the solution? I'm waiting with bated breath. What's the solution?
Well, it's something that we come up with. It's just instead of just hating each other because people don't agree on things, come up with a solution. There's so much effort put into just fighting your side or fighting my side, or when the effort could be coming into a solution. And I don't know what the solution is. I don't.
Okay. Sorry.
But I truly believe that there is a solution for everything.
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's kind of what I was saying, right? Is that if we can have those difficult conversations about the things that are divisive, we may be able to come up with something that we can work with, right? So I think it's important to have those conversations going forward.
Yeah.
I want to ask you one favor, if you wouldn't mind, when we're done here, just if you can pop into the comments on the video and just put a link to where people can check out, what you're doing, so they can, start to follow your performances. That would be fantastic.
I don't. Sorry. Right now, I was doing live performances at first, and then as things were crashing in around me because of all the negativity, I decided to back off of Facebook and back off of. I needed to recluse myself for a bit.
Yeah.
And,
No worries. And it doesn't have to be. I don't mean in the sense that where people can go and check you out now. I just mean if there's something that people can, when we get back to whatever we're going to be doing in the new normal phrase that I hate. People can then go and check out what you're doing. That's all. I want people to go experience your show because I think it's great.
So when this isn't going on, for sure, every Friday at A1. But Sunday, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Sunday, I'm going down to Seacliff Park, and I'm going to plug into the amphitheater. I'm going to play as loud as I can until the cops tell me to shut up.
Nice. Good for you. I've always wanted to play that amphitheater ever since I saw it being built.
Me too. And they have power right on it. So.
Oh, come on.
Seriously.
Okay.
So I'm just going to crank it up, and I'll do it during the middle of the afternoon when everybody's at the beach, if there's any people at the beach. Is there people going to the beach?
I don't know. We'll find out. I'll find out.
But
All right.
I'm gonna crank it because I think parks are back open, right? Like they've opened parks back up. I don't know. I don't keep up with anything anymore, so I don't know what's open. But my dental office called or messaged me and said they're open now. So hopefully soon the tattoo parlors will be open because I can't see the difference.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy.
I need some tattoo therapy is what I need.
Ashley wants to know what time you're going on Sunday.
I don't know. I'm thinking probably around 2.
All right. Well, there you go. If there are law enforcement listening to this broadcast right now, it is absolutely not going to happen. So don't worry about it.
It's absolutely not. I was just kidding.
Yeah, that's a great joke, Johnny. That's funny. Okay. Until then, or at least until we can talk again, I wish you health and happiness and contentment. And it seems like you're definitely on that path. So congratulations.
Thanks. And I appreciate all you do. And if you come up with another game and you need people to practice it, let me know.
Heck yeah, man! You're going to be on the short. You're going to be on the short list for sure. Thank you for that.
Oh, I'd be in. Yeah.
All right.
Last time was pretty fun.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Be well.
You too.
Perfect. Cheers.
Cheers.
See, that's what's awesome about this whole thing is catching up with folks that are just good folks. That's all. And yeah, I had the good fortune of having Johnny be a game tester for one of the early iterations of one of the games, and just it's super fun. It's super fun. Anyway, we are going to play some music right now that I got from the lovely Tara Watts. She's got another song. This is her version or her cover version of "Fix You" by Coldplay.
Try your best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired, but you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse. When tears come streaming down your face. Lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be worse? Lights will guide you home and ignite bones. I will try to fix you. High up above or down below. When you're too in love to let it go. Never try, you'll never know just what you were. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try. Down your face, I promise you that I will learn from
You know what my favorite part of that whole segment was? Apart from the fact where I accidentally wanted to restart it again. My favorite part of that whole thing was what was the bird, the nature sounds. But it's like they were added, into the soundtrack, right? Or added as an effect, but it's just what was happening in the natural world. That's just super cool. I love it. I love it so much. All right. Well, we have no requests in the queue in the comments, so I'm just going to go ahead and pick something. And you're just going to have to live with what I'm going to pick until somebody suggests something. Something other than Rush, Mr. Kevin Reno. We're going to do this song because it's it at one point was my favorite song from this group. This duo. It's a great tune. Tom, get your plane right on time. I know your part will go fine. Fly down to Mexico. Dot, 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 here I am. The only boy in New York. I get the news I need from the weather report. Oh, I can gather all the news I need from the weather report. Hey, I've got nothing to do today but smile. Dot, 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 and here I am. The only boy in New York. Half of the time we're gone, don't know where, don't know where. Here I am. Half of the time we're gone, don't know where, don't know where. Tom, get your plane right on time. I know that you've been eager to fly now. Hey, let your honesty shine, shine, shine now. Don't, 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 don't let it shines on me. The only boy in New York. The only boy in New York. There we go. The Only Living Boy in New York from Simon & Garfunkel's Bridge Over Troubled Water album. That album is the story, and that song in particular, more than anything else, is the story about the breakup of the duo. True story. John Revere says, do you play any Elton John? You better bet your bottom dollar I play some Elton John. How can I be a keyboard player and not fumble my way through an Elton John song or two? Is there a particular Elton John song you would like to hear? That's what I'm going to put out to you. I will play an Elton John song, And then if you decide that there is one that you in particular you want to hear, we'll get to it after the next interview, because I've got about 2 minutes before we get to the next guest, and I don't want to cut him off too much, and we're going to be running it close with this one. I'll pick a short Elton John song. And Linda Briner, no, I'm sorry, I don't know any Joe Jackson off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Holy Moses, I have been removed. I've seen the specter, he has been near too. Distant coming down the line, branded people who ain't my kind. Holy Moses, I've been removed. Holy Moses, I have been deceived. Now the wind's changed direction and I have to leave. Won't you please excuse my frankness, but it's not my cup of tea. Holy Moses, I've been deceived. I'm going back to the border where my fares ain't abused. 'Cause I can't take any more bad water with poison from my head down to my shoes. Whoa. Holy Moses, I've been deceived. Holy Moses, let us live in peace. Let us strive to find a way to make all hatred cease. Well, there's a man over there. What's his color? Well, I don't care. He's my brother. Let us live in peace. Oh, and he's my brother. Said, let us live in peace. Oh, and he's my brother. Said, let us live in peace.
There we go. That was Border Song. That was like one of my very first introductions to Elton John. And Johnny Revere says, it's a little bit funny, don't know what it's called. Now I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about that's the first lyric. It's a little bit funny. The song is called Your Song. And I thought you meant the song itself is a little bit funny. And as I was playing another tune, the only thing that I could think of is he did a song called I Think I'm Gonna Kill Myself. But he does it over this type of like ragtime-ish kind of happy tune. There's like tap dancing in it. In obvious ironic juxtaposition of the seriousness of the nature of the lyric. So that's what I thought you were talking about. I have played that before. That was the very first song I ever performed live when I was 13. And I screw it up every time. But for you, sir, if you stick around till after this interview, I will give it a shot again. And speaking of the interview, let's get our next guest on the line. I want to stop calling them interviews because I don't want to think of them as interviews. I want to think of them as chats. So after our next chat, let's put it that way. Messenger's being goof, so let's restart it. Oh, he says amazing. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. That's an old Elton John song. Not as old as many of the other things that I've done, but certainly a little on the older side. All right, let's try again here. Messenger seems to be behaving a little better now. There we go. Beep-a-doop-doop-doo. We're calling on the Jetsons video phone. And there we go. Look at it. You can tell he's in film because he's already got his phone set the right direction, and he's got some fantastic lighting going on. He's cognizant of headspace. This is so good. Awesome. All right, we're going to flip over right now, and we're going to say hello to Mr. Mitchell Branget. Hello.
How's it going? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. This is great. I have to say, well, let me start first with the most important question, and that is, you and those around you, everybody okay and happy and healthy?
In like the immediate family, absolutely, everyone's doing great so far. In terms of the greater artist scene for filmmakers, there's definitely a little bit of stress going on.
Yeah.
In terms of just what's going to happen next, when are things actually going to be safe to go back, even though we all want to go back. It's just like, when are things the best times? And then, of course, like the last 48 hours, no one's been able to go on social media without seeing what's happening in Minneapolis
yeah,
right
absolutely.
now. And just, the sort of chaos that's going on in the States, and just how much Trump is blundering it. Not that it's a surprise that he would completely pick the worst way to ever deal with the situation, because that's all he's done, is like pick the worst ways to ever deal with situations. But like, so like there's definitely just a little bit of stress in the air for sure. But overall, people are just taking it day by day and just trying to keep in contact with each other and just keep our heads up, sort of, and just wait until we can go back to a routine.
Yeah, it's it is one of those. It always reminds me of the Confucians saying, "May you live in interesting times," but nobody ever guaranteed that those times would be fun, or that interesting meant fun, right? Yeah,
absolutely.
And I have to say that I'm really eager to have this conversation with you, because your career is one that was almost my career. That's what I went to school for filmmaking at the University of Windsor.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So, but of course, I went when we were still using film, and so you're going to be,
depending on what year, you might actually know a few of my professors now.
Oh wow!
They attended the university before they went off to the grad school as well, tape and film and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who any of my. You have to understand, this was like 150 years ago. So. Anyway, before I try and make that awkward trip down memory lane, tell me what was it that got you interested in pursuing filmmaking as a career in the first place?
So let me just put up the brightness here on my screen. There we go. So that goes back essentially to as long as I can remember. I spent a lot of time with the times that I can remember being very young were with like my grandfather and my dad when we'd be watching movies. And so much of my time was just sort of, in terms of what I thought is entertainment, the entertainment that I could, that was easily accessible to me at any time of the day. I sort of, grew up, end of the 90s, VHS was like super readily available. So growing up in that era, anytime I wanted to watch any kind of like these, again, these rated R, a classic Terminator, Aliens, Predator, Friday the 13th, like all these films that like young children probably shouldn't watch. They were so easily accessible at the time that I just started consuming media. And once I sort of got the bug of loving super B-grade monster movies, like that was my shit.
Yeah.
And it grew from there, where the first VHSs I remember that had the making of, the second VHS that you could slip out, and it was the making of the movie. And the second I watched my first making of, I was hooked. And I began watching just as many making ofs as the movies themselves. And I began only looking for the collector's edition VHSs that had the making of, so I could watch them.
Yeah.
And that then evolved into early grade school, where I started teaching myself, like YouTube had been a thing for like 1 or 2 years. This is like 2006. I'm in like grade 5, grade 6. And I started teaching myself all of these backyard special effects, how to make your own fake blood, how to use air rigs for like firing blood, how to do slit throat effects, all these, sort of old school practical effects, smoke and mirrors type of things. And so I started teaching myself that just as a very hardcore hobby. And that evolved to where school was in a position where we were getting real assignments. And I would ask, instead of doing a paper, could my group do a film? Could we, study the book that we have and do our interpretation of a short film of that? And like the teachers absolutely loved it. And they're like, oh yeah, sure. If you think you can do a film like that fits the essay, like absolutely, yeah, let's do it. And so that started with us just doing these skits where we were just fitting in almost, sort of old Daffy Duck cartoon style, just how much slapstick violence we could pack into these little visual book reports for the class. And that's really, it was just fun for me and my friends where we could just, get out the camera, goof around for a bit and practice special effects. And that it was really just fun for a few years. Where it was the shifting point, the big shifting point that happened was it was 2012 and I was 16. And a few of the older friends that I had friends where like they had friends that were finishing high school or were in their 5th year in high school and that kind of stuff. And they were looking to do this Evil Dead sort of creature feature zero budget horror film. But especially back then at the time in 2012, they didn't know anyone that was into makeup effects. They knew a few people that could do makeup, but not the actual effects part. They didn't know people that had any experience in on-camera blood gags and getting like pulsating things and using air bladders and squibs and building your own prosthetics and all that kind of stuff. And just through word of mouth, I was the only person that a friend of a friend said, hey, well, there's this kid that you can like hit up and he might be interested. So this group of people contacted me to do this film out somewhere, it was like a little bit past, almost in like the outskirts of London areas. And then they just had this farmhouse which had no power. We were outside that we were like running all of our power from and everything. And it was just a bunch of, sort of 18-year-old guys that were trying to do a little zero budget gore film. And I had no idea what I was doing, but neither did anyone else on set. So it was a great introduction of everyone sort of learning together. And that was the moment I was hooked. That was like, this is what I want to do. I love being on set, like just, having the director say, all right, this is what we need, here's the script, this is the effects set up, these are the actors, getting to meet everyone, getting to talk with the camera guys and the lighting guys about all of their inspirations. There's so many creative minds involved in the process of filmmaking that just I got caught up in the atmosphere of it and just instantly fell in love with everything.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. I can echo that. I can echo that same sentiment. I can remember. Joe Branget jumps in on YouTube comments and says it was near West Lorne.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Which, by the way, I always find it really cool when we're driving to Toronto or somewhere, even to London, and whenever we see the West Lorne sign, I tell the worst dad joke of all time. It's like, we are currently west of West Lorne. We are currently east of West Lorne. Anyway, but I remember being a teenager in high school and experimenting with film, and we did like this Lord of the Rings type thing where we had the wizard character, and we wanted to have the wizard shoot like magic missiles, but we couldn't figure out how to do that. Yeah. And we ended up taping a PVC pipe to the guy's arm under his cloak that we put bottle rockets inside.
Yeah, inside and launched it with his hand.
Yeah, and he would do this, and it would like fly out, and of course, completely disregarding the danger of him pointing these fireworks, at a fellow human being. But anyway,
absolutely. But even then, again, in the early YouTube stage, there were things where it's like, how to do your own cannon effect, and that was the end of it. Is right before you're rolling, just stick a bunch of bottle rockets in there and just have them explode out the top.
Yeah, there you go.
Like there was just the mentality of indie filmmaking back then was just do it because for the art.
Well, that's the important thing to remember, is that, and it goes not just with filmmaking, but it also goes into the early days of television production, and it goes into the early days of music production when we started to see all of these tools that were at our disposal, and we began to experiment. We began to become real engineers, either visual engineers or audio engineers, because we were inventing all of these ways to do these things. Now, you have to remember that, for me, it was very different in the sense that, when I wanted to make a film, my grandfather had a Super 8 film camera.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I would have to buy these canisters of Super 8 film. I would shoot them, send them out for development, wait for them to come back, put them on the little editor, go and cut and splice and tape. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how old I am. But how fortunate do you feel that you've come into this in an age where all of this technology is so readily accessible?
Oh, it's so what's made me recently especially have a newfound appreciation for that is because right now film is seen as like a novelty item with sort of my group of young filmmakers. It's like, oh yeah, if you had the budget to it and you convinced somehow a producer to put up the money for half of a budget for it, sure, it looks great, it just has that classic texture to it, but it's a lot more of a novelty item right now. But what's made me be like, thank God I am not forced to deal with that is film festivals. Because I have the two films right now currently out at 35 plus festivals. If we were doing that pre-digital age, we would have literally needed reels of print and copies of those reels, in which anyone knows that's seen bootlegs. The more you make a copy of the single print, the more it dilutes the quality of it. But that's what you had to do, is we would have had to physically make 30 copies on reels and either drive them to their mailbox and physically put them in to know that they didn't get damaged, or if it was like a cross-country thing, or again, in our situation right now where half of our stuff is in Europe, we would have to just trust that they didn't get damaged on the flight there, and if they got damaged and light hit a negative or something happened, then that's it. It's over. like your film destroyed. Like, there goes your submission.
Yeah.
So that's given me a newfound appreciation, especially has been dealing with the submission to festivals, because oh my God, it would be an unfounded nightmare compared to how easy the process is now with websites like Film Freeway, where it's literally a one-stop shop where you just upload your files and then submit, and there you go.
It's interesting too, though, that not just in the submission side of things and the post-production side of things, or the distribution, I should say, side of things, but you're also coming into this or coming into maturity in this, in the sense where the equipment itself is so readily available. I remember when the first VHS camcorders came out, and it was impossible to get them because everybody wanted one. But I think of what I'm doing right now in a one-man production with a multi-camera shoot, compositing and titling and all that kind of stuff, and it's all done on a budget of a few $100s. So how important is that to you now that things like Adobe Premiere Pro, you can run on pretty much anything? Like the accessibility to all this technology. How much of that is making this huge difference for people today being able to produce things quickly?
Well, especially because being in the master's program, I GA a lot of the undergrad class stuff now. And so the fact that all of these programs not only are so easily readily available, but now they all have really good, like any program worth their salt, especially like the Adobe suites and stuff, they have student discounts that are like 75% price slash. Like you're paying like $30 a month for top-notch, like literally Hollywood programs. And so it changes the game, because the flip side to it is, as much as I love it, because any of my students now, I can just say, if you want to do something, it's possible. Anything you want to do, it's possible. It just, it might take time to figure it out, because technology, especially when you get into visual effects,
it's a rabbit hole.
And dealing with green screen and all that kind of chroma key stuff, sometimes it's very tricky to get right. And you need to spend a lot of time getting it just perfect. But So it's like anything is absolutely possible now, but the flip side to it is the, I don't want to say oversaturation, because as a filmmaker it's good like that there's this many filmmakers, like, it's not a bad thing that the community is growing every day. But it makes it harder in terms of competition when you're trying to
For sure.
establish a full career. So it's a weighted scale. It's like, yeah, it's absolutely beautiful that any artist can just pick up anything and do whatever their mind wants. It opens up an entire world that didn't exist to previous generations in terms of what you can do with media art.
Yeah.
But again, it also, for the ones of us where it's not just a hobby and we do take the shit seriously, it because now there's so much saturation, there's quadruple the amount of the people around the world that we have
Yeah.
to compete with now.
Well, it's the same thing though. It's the same thing can be said for audio, right? The internet was the great
Mhm.
democratizer of
Yep.
the distribution model,
Hmm. Yeah.
and
Oh, it's absolutely,
yeah, you
absolutely.
you started to see that that you were just another piece of flotsam inside the great internet engine. So yeah, I can totally understand that. Um, we've seen a lot of change, obviously, in the film industry in terms of technique, in terms of cinematography style. I don't know why I had such a difficult time saying that word, or filming visual style. What
Hmm.
what what do you think was one of the most fundamental changes in our approach to filmmaking?
So what happens is almost every 15 years you can sort of plant a flag and say this is a shift in technology, in artist mindset, in the MPAA, and what was even allowed in terms of censorship to be released by artists, because that's so much. As a genre filmmaker, when you look at the evolutions of the genre, you also have to, at the same time, of a parallel timeline of censorship and what we were allowed to put out. Because if we were accepting of what we could watch now back in the 50s, the genre evolution would be completely different. So when you're dealing with genre films, something you always have to think about is sort of the timeline of censorship that's going on with it. Because when you're watching any documentary of Alfred Hitchcock, you'll find out that Psycho was the first film to ever show a flushing toilet, because that
Yeah.
was seen as obscene at the time. And so, for me, what I think the biggest shift, though, that's affected the modern cinema is collapse of Hollywood at the end slash mid 60s, and the rise of the independent cinema verite. Sort of anyone, because that's when anyone can pick up a camera, and if you have a vision, you can film it and make it. That's when that mindset started. And that's when, the Scorseses, the Spielbergs, and the Coppolas, and that's when all the giants were coming out of their film school era, which were just, the big company, the big studios have failed. They went bankrupt. So now it's up to us to just pick up and shoot. And that mindset has now carried over into the digital age, which is what now is just part of the generation that we're living in, of just whether it's your phone, whether it's your buddy's phone, whether it's your computer, doesn't matter what gear you have, you can make it work, and
Yeah.
you can tell a story with it.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that was one of the biggest shifts, was leaving how studio locked everything was pre 60s. And once we hit the 60s and the studios bankrupted themselves off of the blockbuster model at the time, then that's when we see what we now understand as the first modern wave. I would say that it's the introduction of the first modern aspects of what we watch, and
Yeah.
why I think when people try to watch the original Twilight Zone, and why people, when they watch the original 1930s Frankenstein, why there's that, like, they can't get into it, some modern audiences, is because it's before that shift of just storytelling method, of using the camera to actually not just be there and film it as if it was a stage play,
But be
but
a
the
participant.
camera becomes the audience, the
Yeah.
camera becomes the conveyor
Yeah.
of everything, and it becomes so much more specific, and liberating, because it's that they don't need all of these massive setups just to move the camera 5 feet.
Yeah.
Once the 60s hit and they had the Steadicam, they could literally run around as much like for as long as the film canister could go.
Yeah.
And so I think visually, if you're looking at it, somewhere in the end of the 60s is where the biggest modern shift is that we see.
You know, it's interesting because that's one of the things that I find quite fascinating about the evolution of cinematography myself, is that if you look back, and I'm speaking a little bit more on the television side of things, but it's still around the same idea, I think. You know, cameras at that time were the size of refrigerators, right? They were these massive, massive things that you had to move around. And our initial approach to that, because we had limited movement, was that basically we were trying to show a play where, you know, the camera was on the other side of that fourth wall. It was a stationary object, and it showed you the players on the stage. And then somewhere along the line, we began to understand that the camera can be a participant in the story as well, right? Which is what you were talking about, that shift where we began to use the camera as a tool. And I think that's really, for me, that was the big fundamental change, right? The other thing I think that's interesting too is that, you know, especially during the late 70s, early 80s, we started to see the rapid editing sequences begin to happen, right? Which led into things, you know, perfectly into the YouTube generation. I find that, like, my kids, for example, have hard times watching movies or television shows from my generation because it's so based on story rather than based on effect. And I wonder, what are your thoughts on that as someone that, you know, comes into it from, you know, what would be my children's generation? How do you see the two?
For me, it's interesting because I definitely notice, again, because especially me, I'm now working with kids that are, you know, now 17, coming into their first year of university, and I definitely notice that there is an attention span difference. They're used to, and I think it comes down to the psychological effects of the internet, and where they click something and they're instantly getting what they want.
Instant gratification.
Everything is it's instant gratification all the time, and so I think what happens is they're wanting to know the next thing right then and there. And when the story takes its time, indulging in character shifts and, you know, letting the story breathe, I think sometimes modern audiences, especially ones that don't take time away from social media, because I was born at a time, like, I was a preteen or sort of just entering my preteen years when Facebook became a thing, and I was sort of just a kid when MSN was around. So it's like, when I was a kid, we were still needing to go and see if you were home. So, like, I think of myself as almost like last point before everything completely went social networking sort of style. But I do think to some degree, yes, that mentality is there amongst the general audiences. But I follow so many YouTube reviewers where in the comments, it's a lot of, you know, young college and university aged people like myself, and even, you know, high school students and stuff, and they're commenting on these videos saying, yes, exactly, you know, like, that's exactly the problem with films now, is that they rush through story, they try to check all these boxes for this young audience, where now we don't get to live in the characters. We're losing out on actual good storytelling for just flashy substance. For flashy substanceless. Just flack. You know. It's just how much money can we spend on this crazy shot, and it's all eye candy. It's just how flashy can we make the eye candy, and hopefully we distract you from the lack of story.
You know, that's an excellent point, and I'm so glad you made it, because it perfectly segues into whatever what my next question was going to be, and that is, you know, one of the biggest revolutions of the digital age was now we have a non-reliance on actual sets. We can build green screen virtual digital sets and characters and vehicles and monsters and all these kind of things for whatever your imagination wants, and it seems like often these are drastically overused, in the sense that we have so much, like you said, so much concentrating on the $1 million crane shot or the $1 million you know, virtual set. How much do you think that, you know, CGI is being overly used nowadays in filmmaking?
So you said it best. Well, actually, you answered this question without knowing you were answering it back in the conversation you had with Johnny about Lord of the Rings versus The Hobbit. Why The Hobbit is tasteless, loveless eye candy, on its core is that everything was green screen. The actors weren't actually interacting with each other. Like they were getting separate takes of the separate actors isolated from each other. It didn't feel, nothing about that film remotely felt natural because it wasn't. It was a completely synthetically made film. In Lord of the Rings, yes, they were literally still using film stock, but they were on real New Zealand for the entire thing, like aside from a couple weeks of green screen stuff that they just needed to for specific special effects reasons. They did as much practical as they could, and practical again, what these people, meaning Hollywood, they're putting their minds in the wrong places because, oh, we can do everything green screen and it's going to save us so much money. But what happens is things like The Hobbit get released, and by the time they're released in theaters, they already look like garbage, where Lord of the Rings still holds up because they're blending live action location shots with, you know, a setup green screen in the back behind the live actors, and then they have these endlessly talented model makers recreate these 8-foot miniatures that then they either scan digitally and put the pieces in after they scan it, or they literally take a camera and film actual passes around their models, and then they insert those mixed with real people, and it's just that there's a green screen behind those layers, but the layers they were using were real. And they abandoned that technique in The Hobbit, and unfortunately so many Hollywood movies, you know, the biggest promoter of this lazy method of filmmaking, unfortunately, what I've seen is Disney, and especially the Marvel films, where there's not like a single live action shot that they get. Like everything is studio locked, everything is green screen, everything is done in post. And there's a beautiful documentary about how much the studios actually abuse the post production VFX companies. And essentially it is, if you want to survive as a VFX company, you have to take the lowest amount of money for the largest workload to barely survive. And they still go under. The company, when I think it was Lion King, the company right after they released it on Disney Plus, filed for bankruptcy, had to file for unemployed, they had to fire all their employees, sell the building and everything. Same thing with Life of Pi. The company, right 2 weeks after they won the Academy Award for Best Visual Effects, they had to file for bankruptcy because the Hollywood is just reaping everyone dry. And essentially how it works is they put out a thing that says we need 500 visual effects shots for this amount of money. And it's up for the visual effects companies to place their bids and undercut each other the most they can, because the one that undercuts the one the most gets the deal. And so it's visual effects companies, with how Hollywood is set up, they're not sustained to last. And so they get a few quick bucks and then instantly they're bankrupt because they're bled dry.
And you also look at the new thing of outsourcing these visual effects, right? And now you've got disparate economies that are willing to undercut everybody just so they can get a shot at it, right?
And the hardest issue for me as a filmmaker of that isn't like the morality of outsourcing isn't even my problem. My problem is that, do you think the studio is going to pay the director to fly to that country and monitor what's going on? No. So the director completely loses control because now he has to go through 3 channels of emails just to see what work is going on their film. And so it's the problem that happened where you know, Coppola in a recent interview said it best, where Hollywood, the last of Hollywood being run by filmmakers, the last era was the mid-90s. And in the mid-90s, just like when you watch Casino and you find out when the casinos went from being run by the mafia to being scooped up by big banks when the federal government arrested everyone and got involved, the same thing happened in the film industry, where it went from being run by, you know, the filmmakers whose families owned those companies since the 20s, They sold out to big banks, and now the films are reflecting the corporate switchover from artists owning the corporations
Yeah.
to big bank to big banks hierarchies.
It-
And so there's it's the same thing with the casinos. And when you watch casinos, it's standardized. It's standardized
It's
just by
you're commoditizing it. You
yeah,
basically want to create a
exactly.
cookie cutter model that'll be able
Yeah,
to pump out blockbuster after
yeah.
blockbuster, where you
It's
basically are changing the names of the characters and changing the locations,
mhm.
but it's the same. It's the same story.
It's late stage capitalism
Yeah.
just in full effect, you know. And so I think green screen, getting back to the point, is a reflection of that, you know, because when you watch films like, especially films by Ridley Scott, you know, when you watch Alien and Blade Runner, and you look at the sets and the miniatures that they built and the technology, like in the special effects that they were using at that time, it still holds up and it's spectacular and it's
Yeah.
brilliant. And you just think, damn, again, just like the sequel to Blade Runner, which is how to do special effects properly. Um, it's like if you, and also Mad Max Fury Road, that film is another class act on how to do special effects properly, where you essentially what happened was the forefathers of special effects paved a path, and once green screen came along, it just they abandoned the blend that was supposed to happen. Like right now, I think the best results is when it's 70% miniatures and actual sets and 30% digital post.
Right. Well, you know,
That to me, mhm,
sorry, no, I just kind of wanted to touch on that real quick
mhm,
because one of the things that I think kind of contributes to the problem is that there's an expectation now for these big grandiose effects driven or if great grandiose sets. And
yeah,
I'll qualify that by saying that I remember the first time sitting in the theater watching Star Wars. And Johnny, if you're still around, you'll appreciate this too. Um, sitting there in my seat, and after that, the crawl went up, of the opening story,
yeah,
and you saw that Star Destroyer kind of slowly make its
creeping
way.
in.
Yeah, that was like one of those moments where I remember everything else in the universe fell away, and I was completely
Mm,
captivated by that.
yeah,
And now, though, when I brought my kids to watch the new Star Wars movies, and
oh,
that wasn't special for them anymore. That
mhm,
wasn't spectacular because it became expected. So,
mhm.
can we go back to movies anymore that don't have those qualities, or is it just now something that's become an expectation?
I think like this is completely a generalization of a mainstream audience. I think certain people that like film are going to just naturally develop their own tastes, and if they're like me and they just like shitty B movies, they're just naturally going to keep looking for streaming services like Shudder, which focuses on new, up and coming, relevant horror films. And artists that are doing, you know, sort of sci-fi genre pieces and that kind of stuff. So I think like people will still develop tastes that go against what the mainstream audience wants. If you like movies, like you're just gonna have what you like. But in terms of a mainstream audience, I think what it's going to take is a massive shift in Hollywood first. Until Hollywood changes, until we as an audience get tired of this big, flashy, everything in your face, everything 3D method, until we stop giving our money to it and it stops making billions of dollars, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think at some point, maybe by the end of my life, audiences will just completely have a flip thing of what's in fashion, and they might want very slow, all wide shots, play-esque 1930s style things. That just might be what's hot
Yeah,
70 years from now.
yeah,
Because things are always shifting. When you look at the 80s, what was hot in the 80s was saying, oh, remember the 50s? And now that we're in the 2020s, it's, oh, do you guys remember the 80s?
Yeah.
And we see that these sort of nostalgia flashbacks for generations. So who knows what the next nostalgia flashback is going to be?
Well, I remember in the 80s, I remember for me, the thing that was always quite interesting about movies was what kind of ridiculous thing can we put into the movie that makes no sense to the story. And I'll give you my favorite example. A wonderful film called The Money Pit. And it starred
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks and Shelley Long and Mikhail Baryshnikov. Those were the big
Spielberg,
stars.
I believe, produced that.
Yes.
in his early days. Yeah.
But for those people who don't know the movie, this couple buys a house. It ends up being a shambles. They hire a renovation or a contractor to come in. But there's this moment where the contractor comes in, and it's like there's the guys on these weird motorcycles. There's all the Mohawk guys, and then there's that one ubiquitous Volkswagen Beetle that had all the lights all over it. Like all these things just made this parade for what? Like it made no sense to the story whatsoever. It was just kind of like, oh, look at all this flashy weird stuff that we're going to throw in here because we can. And anyway, that's
almost everything was just like, because we can. I mean, if you look at a film like Gremlins, the entire idea of Gremlins is, oh, we can take a Christmas movie and absolutely terrify children with it, because why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to know give me your, in the spirit of McCrindle's List, the segment we do on this program called McCrindle's List on Thursdays, give me your top 5 films.
Now this changes a lot. It never sort of stays constant. It depends very much on what's going on, I guess, and what I'm in the mood for in terms of my lists. But if not in a particular order, if I'm just throwing 5 of my favorites out there.
Yeah.
Let's go with Jaws, Aliens, Videodrome by David Cronenberg, John Carpenter's The Thing, and number 5. What can we? And for number 5, let's do probably Nightmare on Elm Street, just to throw Craven in there, because Craven definitely had an impact. No, I want to know what? All right. I'm going to have to go with Dawn of the Dead, actually. I'm going to have to give it to my boy George.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Now, the other side of this, I want you to give me the two-sided coin question, and this is one that I ask my performers, but I can ask you. Instead of, what is their favorite and what is their least favorite song, I want you to give me the example of a movie to you that encapsulates everything perfect about filmmaking, and then a movie that you would absolutely you watch it because it's just so terrible. That's the entertainment value.
So a movie that's just so terrible, but like I absolutely love it and will continuously watch it. I will have to say,
I want to know if we agree on this one. That's all.
Oh, well, because I'm trying to think of art. I don't want to go with the most mainstream answers. I'm trying to think of in my head what like a really shitty movie that I absolutely love that isn't fully mainstream, and I think I'm gonna have to go with Toxic Avenger. Yeah, let's throw a shout out to Troma.
Nice.
Yeah, Toxic Avenger for sure.
That's not my pick. My pick is Birdemic, Shock and Terror.
Oh, okay. Wait, so is Shock and Terror, that was the sequel, right?
No. The sequel was something else. Yeah, the first one was Birdemic, Shock and Terror.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Shock and Terror was the first one. Okay.
That
one is it is quite a film.
It's so bad. It doesn't have a single redeeming quality. Like none.
Like for me, that's a bad film that I watched once to laugh at it and to say I watched it and I've never gone back to it ever. Where I will say I've actually how much of the Ed Wood films, of the original Ed Wood films have you watched?
I have not watched many, but I have seen a couple.
because I was gonna Bride of the Monster, I think, is the one with like the octopus
Yeah.
and everything, and that one is a classic. I'm not sure if you have Netflix, but they have Mystery Science Theater
Yep.
on Netflix, and they have that episode of the Monster of the Bride on there. And so it's every once in a while I'll throw on Mystery Science Theater and watch some Ed Wood on there.
Nice. You know,
Nah.
but Ed Wood I can forgive, because he was one of those people where they were learning all of these things. We don't have that excuse anymore, right? We Ed Wood, during those times, they were trying to figure out, how do we make an octopus monster? How do we make flying saucers? How do we do all these things?
He's an innovator by like, as much as, you know, it's fun to talk shit, by every definition, he was an innovator. He's an independent, again, in terms of modern qualities, he was an independent, innovative filmmaker.
Yeah.
Who was also somewhat of a 70s auteur theory.
Yeah.
Where his authority wasn't questioned. What he wrote was what went, and everything he said was good. It didn't matter what you thought. If he said we're moving on, fuck it, we're moving on.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you know, and he was, and then that was it. And so, you know, he like, and you have to give the guy credit for just having a serious set of balls, because he knew what he wanted and he did it.
Yeah, 100%. And Birdemic has none of that apologetic quality for it. My children with their cell phones have made a movie with better continuity between sequences than Birdemic has. That's all I'm going to say.
The coat hangers, like.
Oh no! For me,
Like, why?
for me the best part is the one of the very first scenes where he's talking to the girl in the restaurant, and they do the split take, right, where it's like my perspective, your perspective, my perspective, your perspective, but each time the perspective is there, it's a different audio quality. It's like they could,
in the room, yeah.
It's just terrible. Anyway, and I will.
I mean, even a scene that will never leave my head, though, from that film is when Buddy's on the phone and just, like, in a casual throwaway line of dialogue, just, like, sells his company for, like, $100 million.
No.
Like, it's just, like, an over-the-phone conversation. Just, oh, yeah, I got $100 million. And just they move on. Like,
I just landed the big fish.
it's like, wait, what? Like, what?
Or the scene right after that where they're in the board meeting where they've announced that the company's been sold, and for some inexplicable reason we show the same clapping loop over and over and over again.
People we've never seen before. We have no idea why these people
and we're
are
never going
to
to see them
company.
again. We're never going to see them again.
No, never again. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like,
oh man, you know the other
that one is up there.
The other one that brings to mind, and if you haven't seen it, I highly suggest it, and it was my worst film of all time example until Birdemic came out, is Operation Golden Phoenix.
I have not heard that one.
Okay,
no.
I will find a way for you to see it because
send me a link. Absolutely, I want to watch that.
It was one of these 80s action movies where we always make this joke about Wesley Snipes, where it's a Wesley Snipes plays Wesley Snipes in a Wesley Snipes production of a Wesley Snipes screenplay entitled Wesley Snipes is Passenger 57, right? Like this was a Jalal Merhi production in which Jalal Merhi plays Jalal like it's so patently ridiculous.
Continuously.
God. It's so patently ridiculous. And
so have you seen any of Neil Breen's films?
The name does not ring a bell, no.
Okay, I'll send you. There's some YouTube reviewers that do like full film chronology reviews where they just take a half hour and do like 15 minutes on each of his films, and oh my god, he's one of those guys where he writes it, he produces it, he stars in it.
Yeah.
Every single one of his films, you know that that they're never working, but you know that some like thrift store computer is going to get destroyed for no reason. In every single film he has a scene where he somehow gets pissed off at an email, and when it like cuts back to his over the shoulder, like the computer's clearly turned off, but it's just like we just cut from like an email shot, and he just picks up the computer and smashes the shit out of it in every single one of his films. Oh, it's such a bizarre out there artist. Yeah, Neil Breen. Okay, I'll send you some links to his stuff. It's hilarious.
I will give you one example from Operation Golden Phoenix, and you'll be hooked. So there's this point where this guy he has to go on the lam, right, because he's being pursued,
Yeah.
falsely accused of stealing this artwork, and
Ooh,
he goes
okay.
goes to see his girlfriend who works in a theater, and convinces her to disguise him so that he can go get a passport, because half this film takes place in Toronto and the other half takes place in Beirut. That should give you an idea of the quality of filmmaking to expect from this. Anyway, so she
Because clearly they look the same, right?
yeah. So she makes him this disguise so that he can go get his passport made. We cut from where she agrees to do it to him walking down the street. Mitchell, he's wearing this massive overcoat done up to his neck with like the Inspector Clouseau cap, dark glasses, and this gray wig and mustache that look like they came out of the dollar store. And the best thing is he goes up to the door of the guy who's going to make the fake passport for him, and he walks, and the guy opens the door and he looks at and for a second he breaks character because the disguise is so ridiculous, right? But then he looks at him and he says, "You may be able to fool some people with that, but you can't fool Jimmy the Greek." It's just, dude, you're not fooling anyone.
Jimmy the Greek.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
wow,
it's
that
fantastic.
is. I honestly wish I had the guts as a filmmaker to write that kind of dialogue.
Right?
Like, because I'm someone that, and when I hear about how other directors work, it's interesting because I'm someone that when I write something, I pass it through a lot of different
Filters.
layers. Just so because I work in close proximity with my brother, because he's such a good character actor. So I have him looking at all the character shifts, and every time someone says something, every time someone does something, his job is to look at the character continuity and say, is this choice that I put in as a writer true to the character that we've set up for, like, in the rest of the film? So it goes through one draft of that, then I send it to my professors, where then I say, all right, what do you guys think? And then they read it, and then they'll say, all right, this works, this maybe we can play with. What if we play with these kind of adjustments or shift this piece here and do that kind of stuff? And then I take all the notes that I get and then recombine everything together, and then I send it back out again, and that sort of goes on. So I'm someone that very much does draft by draft by draft based off of like the pre-notes that I get in my writing phase, where so many people, they don't show the script to anyone, including the actors, until they're on set. The actors get like a little sidebar when they're auditioning, and that's the only thing they actually get to see of the script until they're there. And then like halfway through shooting the film, they're like, wow, why did I agree to this?
Well, I think you can see that this is the very worst example of Ed Wood's dictatorial style.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's something where, like, if it works, it works. But I know a lot of cases where it backfires on them because they didn't know when to just ask, "Is this good?"
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's it definitely goes both ways. But just, oh my God, just some films that are made are you have to wonder, anyone buy this? Like, how did it go through all the passes to get in front of my eyes right now?
It went through no passes. It was some production guy's nephew. Then they just pushed it through.
Yeah, we needed a quick buck.
Exactly, Mitchell. I want to thank you so much for agreeing to do this. The conversation has been great because it's one that's close to me. I can't wait to share these links with you and get your opinion on them.
I can't wait. Absolutely.
I want to ask you this though, for folks that are trying to find a way to fill their time, watching films is a great way to pass it. And I know that you're, like a B movie kind of gore horror guy, but could you throw out some suggestions, maybe cross genre wise, of examples of films that you think are pretty decent that people could kind of help fill their time?
Yeah. Well, I think obviously, starting with some classics. If you haven't, there's the Back to the Future films are on Netflix. So if you haven't watched them at all, or if you haven't seen them in a long time, definitely, go check out Back to the Future. That's a great sort of retro comedy style of vibe to it. I'm not sure what platform it's on, but a movie that I've always loved is Arrival, which is a lot more of a soft drama sci-fi kind of a thing. It's your not so typical look at an alien. It's not even an invasion as much as an encounter, and it's a lot more of a peaceful encounter of intelligence and learning on how to understand things that come from a completely alien side of of the universe, and how can we communicate and understand each other without any sort of connective language of understanding. And so that film is great. um if you're into comedies, oh god, I think it's called Barry, where it's Jack Black playing a mortician,
Yes.
and it's absolutely hilarious. That film is phenomenal. I love that film. Um, if you're in the mood, if you're feeling a little bit gloomy and just want to indulge in sort of a both uplifting but also sort of melodrama kind of film, Robin Williams' World's Greatest Dad
Oh, yeah,
is
that was good.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
I love that film. Um, and then if you're looking for quirky indie films, there's Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind, with Jim Carrey, which I believe is I think that was in earlier 2000s, like 2004,
Yeah, that sounds about
2005
right.
or something. And so that film's a great little indie love story. I also realized that Scott Pilgrim versus the World got released on a few new platforms as well. So if you haven't checked out Scott Pilgrim and you're into comic booky movies, that one's a great non-Marvel thing that you can check out. um,
Nice qualifier. I like that.
as well as Kick-Ass too. If you guys haven't seen the film Kick-Ass,
Oh,
that
that's
is
so
a
good.
great. But the second one is garbage. Don't look at the second one. It's not worth it. But the first one, based off a phenomenal comic book that again is an alternative view on the superhero cliches that are running the box office right now. If you want a fresh take on something that's just as polished and saturated as the Marvel movies, but completely grounded in real, gang violence and like drug dealing and that kind of crime syndicate stuff, check out Kick-Ass. Great acting, great directing, amazing score. Um, what's another? Oh, for TV, Community. They just put Community out on. It's on Amazon Prime as well as Netflix.
cool.
And if you haven't watched Community,
Oh, it's so good.
and if you're especially so if you're into someone that's into media, the show's main humor is reference satire humor, essentially, like the bits that they do, and you feel like you're a part of a club every time they do a reference, where you're like, oh, I know what the source material is, and
For
then
sure.
it's a very welcoming thing to be a fan of that show. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like it's a great pop culture expose.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. That's the
Yeah.
best way to put it. Exactly. Yeah, it's just a hilarious, heartwarming sort of, and then you relate to the gang a lot too. And then in the first 4 seasons, just the casting's phenomenal. Chevy Chase, and I forget the guy that plays Ben Chang. I forget the real guy's name. The doctor.
Oh,
But
Ken,
just
Ken Young, I think, or something.
yeah,
like that?
Ken Young, and then you have Donald Glover.
Oh, yeah.
Just phenomenal cast.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, one of the things that show was so prevalent in our house that all of my children, when we walk by, we do the Troy and Abed handshake thing. Yeah, 100%.
Another character that doesn't get enough how funny they are is Dean. My brother and I are always, oh my god, just there, like the Dean is so funny.
Oh yeah,
like his
the Dean
jokes
is great. Yeah,
oh my god, it's just phenomenal. Like because even just as a character actor, there's so many little physical things that when you look at like what his actor does that translates through every episode. Like it's so smart, the internal continuity that those people are doing. Like it's just it's definitely worth watching. Absolutely.
yeah.
Oh, and if you have HBO, watch the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones. After that, the writers
Turn it
stop
off.
respecting you, so don't bother.
Actually, sorry, if you mention HBO, I must throw in there HBO's critically acclaimed series, The Wire. Probably my favorite,
fantastic.
my favorite television show of all time, bar none. Yeah.
I'm also gonna another one too. I'm not sure if you've seen it. Chernobyl. I loved Chernobyl.
So good.
It was so it has in this elusive government crime drama, but also has such real science-y. It's like sort of pseudo documentary. Like it's just brilliant choices all around. They're just phenomenal show.
Okay,
Yeah.
so We're gonna have to cut it because we're gonna run into the
Absolutely.
next person.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but
Fantastic.
this has been so good, and I have an idea now for another segment on the show that I want to talk to you about.
Oh, absolutely.
If you would
Yeah.
be interested, because
Of course, I'd love to.
this is one of those things that could be a recurring thing. It's already turning around in my brain.
The
so.
wheels are spinning for it.
Yeah. Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah. For sure. But
I'd love to. Yeah. Yeah.
I do want to thank you so much for volunteering your time, and I want to ask you to put in the comments to the video, where people can check out the films that you've done.
Absolutely.
So that we can get some traction and some more spotlight on the indie stuff, because it's absolutely worth looking at.
Yeah, so I mean, one thing that I'll throw out right now is if you're in Windsor, especially check out a good friend, a good colleague of mine, Gemma, is running the Windsor Youth Independent Film Festival, where that was from ages 16 to 24, and it's a showcase that's going to be going on from June 5th is when it starts until I think the 10th or the 12th or something like that. And just so every day they're going to be playing a couple of films by local artists. And they're going to on June 1st is when they're dropping their list of submissions and everything. So definitely, if you're in Windsor and film and stuff, and you're into seeing other local artists, check out that and keep your eye out for the Windsor Youth Film Festival. Absolutely.
Awesome.
But yeah, no, of course, I'll drop my links to my two films that people can follow and check out on the festival route. Absolutely.
Perfect.
And Chris, thank you so much for just letting me be a part of this and letting me join with you guys for the episode. It was fantastic.
Oh, well, like I said, when I talk to people that are in the media industry, I always get really nervous about putting myself out there in terms of, look at my shitty production value we've got going on here. Isn't it fantastic? So,
Well,
thanks for being kind.
Oh no, just again with us being horror and genre people, like we're sort of the black sheep. With even though we're having some of the best results out of anyone coming from the Windsor short film community, with the amount of festivals that international festivals that we've been getting into right now, we're still sort of our own grunge, sort of keeping everything in the basement and doing our remixings in the garage and that kind of stuff. Like,
Yeah.
because just again, I started so backyard effects style that I never want to leave that I never want to get too corporate, no matter how big the films get ever.
For sure. Fantastic, man. I thank you so much, and
Thank you so much.
I look forward to I'm going to get in touch, and I have an idea, and we'll see. We'll see where we can take it.
I'm excited. Yeah, no, I'm excited to check out that film, and I'm excited to hear what other stuff you got cooking. Absolutely.
Right. Thank you, my friend. It's good to finally really virtually meet you and talk.
Of course. Yeah, no, it's fantastic to finally meet you as well. Yeah.
All right, man.
And on your end, I never got to say I hope that everyone in your life is doing well and is safe
you.
and happy and everything.
Yeah.
So I just want to pass the good vibes back on to you and just hope that everything's going well in your circle. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Yes, everybody is adequate at this time.
Good. Which is, all things considered, that's all you can say.
For sure. Thank
That's
you.
all you can hope for. Of course.
We will talk soon.
Thank you so much for having me be a part of it.
No worries.
Have a wonderful night, guys.
Cheers. Again, one of those conversations you just don't want to stop because it's so dang good. Love it. All right, well, we're going to take a real quick pause here to acknowledge some folks, and then we're going to come back with musical notes with Phil Kane, and that is going to be the next installment in the blues series. We're going to move from the origin of the blues in the Deep South, and we're going to move a little farther north, I believe is the plan. So we'll be right back. Rockstar Music Hall is Windsor's premier event and concert hall. Turnkey productions for concerts, theater productions, trade shows, fundraisers, and home of the Rockstar Wedding. The Platinum Room Banquet Hall is a wedding and event venue featuring in-house services for everything such as catering, decorations, DJ, officiant, i.e. you can get married there, and much more. They do it all and make it easy for you, located directly above Rockstar Music Hall. Partners with and located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall, Windsor Weddings provide wedding and event services such as live entertainment, DJ, photography, photo booths, decorating, and efficient services. The Border City Dance Company provides education in dance and performing arts under the direction of Melissa Williams. Melissa is known for her work with Prince, Britney Spears, James Franco, Sarah Gaden, Josh Gad, Elizabeth Berkley, Michael Caine, and Randy Quaid, among others, and her choreography has been featured on television in shows such as So You Think You Can Dance Canada Seasons 1 to 4, Bomb Girls, Kim's Convenience, 11/22/63, and in countless commercials for big names such as TD Canada Trust Bank, Adidas, and Sun Life Financial. Also the main stage for the 2015 Para-Pan Am opening ceremonies and the 2016 FINA opening ceremonies and gala. Border City Dance Company is located at Platinum Room and Rockstar Music Hall. All right. Well, there we go. A short little message from our sponsors. I was going to play some stuff, but we have run into the time now for musical notes with Mr. Phil Caine, and I don't want to miss out on that. So let me see if I can get him on the horn here, and we'll see how farther up from the Delta we're going to be traveling with the blues. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this particular segment, this is like an ethnomusicology class. It's so cool, a music appreciation class. And we start to learn a little bit about, you know, the styles of music and how they evolve and connect together and the intricacies of playing one to the other. So it's fascinating if you're a musician or not, because you start to see all the other cool things that take place in it, the sociological or socioeconomic ties that are important to how each musical style kind of develops. So it's pretty neat stuff. Well, we are just waiting on an answer here. I am ringing, but I am not getting an answer, which always terrifies me. Because I don't know if it's on my end or their end. Oh, dear. Well, let's try again. He says he has Messenger open. It's interesting. I am not. I am ringing you. Tell you what, Phil. If you've got it open, ring over to me. That would be our next attempt. I'm going to quit Messenger and start it again because sometimes it gets a little goofy. Where's Jocelyn? She should be in here with the getting on my butt about. There's the woodblock theme song that keeps us occupied. All right, this time I got a call from Phil. So let's see. Oh, look at that. It actually works so much better. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna switch him off the pants cam here and get back to the face cam. And we've got him. We just don't have him live yet. Let me just stop the woodblock, and we will go over here, flip over to our other screen, and bring him in. We are talking with Mr. Phil Caine. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, you got audio on me?
I do. However, I was just going to say your camera's a little. There we go.
There we go.
Fantastic. It's wonderful. Only now I just have to do one thing here because I have you. When we start to do the chat, I have the little image that I want to move over to the side, and you're on the side that the image is on, so I'll move over. I'll move it over to the other side. All good. we are deeply entrenched in the blues, correct? And we started our musical journey in the Delta, and now this week we were going to, as you said, move a little farther north.
Well, no, I was thinking about this week.
Okay.
Let's see if I can make you a little louder in my headphones. Am I loud enough in your headphones?
Yep.
There's plenty of that. Yeah, it sounds good here. Okay. What I was thinking about is you say about the bottom of the Delta, which is the bottom of the Mississippi, the southernmost point in the Mississippi River, and this and it's broad, covers a couple of states as well, and the western edges of it reach into Texas, but the main port there, of course, is New Orleans.
Yes.
So this is a place where so many things came together that define the blues. As we were sort of at the end of our chat last week, we were getting up into the diaspora of black folks from the South moving north following the work.
Yes.
Right? Following the work in places like Memphis and South Bend, Indiana, and Detroit and Chicago and such, and Pittsburgh, right? All these people were leaving the farm to go and get factory jobs. And don't we know all about that here in the Sun Parlor of Canada?
Indeed.
I've worked in the factories. I've worked in a couple of factories, So the music that they brought was of course formed by the stuff we were talking about last week, the African influences and the European chord cycles in church music.
Yes.
All the kind of music that was imposed on these folks. But the other thing going on in a big way is the music of New Orleans. And boy, we could talk about that, for ages. There's books and movies and all kinds of stuff written and made about New Orleans. So this is a place where it's a natural port, right? It's a natural hub for food. There's all kinds of seafood and stuff like that. And there's this sort of really unique cultural mix of people where you would have, free men and free women of color that were able to own property and were able to run businesses. And this was just not a big reality, let's say, in the post-United States Civil War era. So there's all kinds of people coming around. There's French folks. There's a Spanish influence. There's, of course, the influence of the Acadie, all the people from Nova Scotia that were displaced and forced to go down there. Not the biggest influence in New Orleans, but a big influence on Louisiana music overall, the country music, right? But the city music in New Orleans was also significantly affected by Cuba because of the preponderance of Cuban sailors coming back and forth. And Cuba had this, and to this day still has a unique style of music and approach to music. It's a lot more African, of course, but that way of playing and the couple of little stylistic components are these things that last, have gone and gone and gone on, right? And I'll talk, I guess, for a second about two of the main ones, the clave and the montuno. So this is African-based music. There's not a lot of chord changes in a lot of this stuff. There's one or two chords. Well, that's how we have the montuno. It's the mountain. You go up the mountain, do, 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 and you go down the mountain, do, 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 do. So you got two chords and this motion, and boy, did they get a lot of mileage out of that. Holy crap, right? It's just kind of a one chord or a two chord vamp.
Yeah.
That's the whole song. But they do all these other things, of course, of course, rhythmically to make it really compelling, you know. And a lot of real cool Cuban mambo songs and stuff like that, there'll be a break that happens only once in the song. Somewhere in the middle, it'll be a really complicated thing that it's hard to count out. And it doesn't happen again. It only happens once. And the Cuban guys just howl laughing when they hit it great.
Yeah.
Right? When you really hit this one that goes, ba, 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 do, 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 and you're on to the rest of the thing. They only do that. Super complicated. And everybody plays it.
Yeah.
They only do it once.
It's almost like it shakes you out of the stupor of that.
Yes.
Of that
Oh
repetitive.
yeah. Because it's very hypnotic stuff. Yeah. This stuff, right? So that's the one thing. This Montuno groove thing that's going on in a lot of Cuban stuff, and then the other thing is the clave, which is the instrument, which is just two sticks that you smack together, but it's also this particular rhythm of 2 beats and then 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Either that or backwards. 1, 2. So you do that slow or you do that fast, and the most experienced percussionist in the band will be playing clave.
I'm playing clave
There's
right now.
There's regional variations, just like we were talking about blues having regional variations. There's regional variations of this little clave rhythm. Everybody just accents it a little bit. It's so great. And actually, when Cuban folks are, you're doing a show there, you're playing a clave song, and you ask everyone to clap along, they clap the clave.
That's so interesting.
It's just the most awesome thing you've ever heard,
Yeah, because I mean, traditionally when you would hear people, especially in Western music, clap along, they clap on 2 and 4, right? That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they clap on 2 and 4.
Hopefully, yes.
We all have that friend that claps on 1 and 3.
Yes.
Don't give her the tambourine at the party. Just don't. So there's 2 big elements of Cuban music, right, that are going to make their way into this whole thing in New Orleans, this whole crazy thing. And there's people of all nationalities and people of all approaches owning businesses and running things, and there ain't that much law, and there's smuggling and gambling and all that kind of stuff. Well, that makes for great music, of course, and for great restaurants, which is still the case down there.
Actually,
so
it's interesting because isn't there there's a relationship between those two, right? Because you think about things like gumbo and jambalaya, right, which are very much a mix of all kinds of different ethnic things getting put into the same pot, but you can make the same argument for music, right?
And what's fresh today goes in the pot.
Mm-hmm.
So that stuff comes in with the African influences and these European influences. There's all kinds of French and Spanish people there. A wave of Italian immigrants in the late 40s, but before that, sort of the formation of jazz and organized kind of ensemble music like that, string bands and brass bands and stuff. So much of that came from New Orleans, where, street gangs really had parades and stuff. That's how you defined your territory. Well, so the street gangs eventually called themselves Indian tribes and named themselves after various Indian tribes from around there. And the First Nations influence in that music, in the New Orleans music, is not spoken of enough, I don't think, because the shuffle beat comes from the powwow beat. A lot of the shuffle beat comes from that. And so that's another ancient rhythm,
Yeah.
right? And the clave is an ancient rhythm that's coming from Africa through Cuba into New Orleans. And so that stuff's all mashing together. And we have marching music that's got a swing because people want to dance while they're marching in the parades. And that's how that sort of playing and thinking about music and chord cycles, and jazz improvisation comes out of that. Because we only know, we're going to have a parade. It's going to be an hour long, and we only know 3 songs. So if you're the trumpet player, brother, you better be ready to play some shit, so that we can all take a little break and just march for a little while.
That's right, yeah.
And we're going to let the trumpet player wail for a bit, So that's where that sort of conversation of jazz came into being in these either parade things or just live, everybody sitting around and playing kind of stuff. Which, old fogey kind of music is called Dixieland, but it wasn't that stuff then. Nobody called it that. It was New Orleans music, and it's got those certain beats. And most of those beats are based on parade beats, but with the clave at its root, even if no one's playing it. It's still kind of there. And that's what gives that music its kind of swing and sway, because the clave is there. And that's why no one can resist Cuban music, no matter what. Man, when that, that's Ry Cooder figured that out, right? As soon as you hear that clave beat at the beginning of his album, Buena Vista Social Club, it's the song about the Holguin region, and Chan Chan. Well, as soon as that clave thing kicks in, that's it, baby. It's palm trees and rum.
Yeah.
Light up a cigar. This is the thing, right? This is the deal. How's your brother Fidel?
It's interesting because it's almost like the famous thing, especially again. I'm just going back to Western music because that's primarily what I know. But
yes.
there's that thing about how it's the bass player that makes you dance, right? It's the bass player that makes you boogie.
Yes.
But in this case, it's the percussion, it's the clave, it's that ancient kind of rhythm.
The bass player in that music has this significant role, and in Cuba, Cuban music, the rumba, which is with the basis of Cuban, a lot of Cuban stuff. And not all Cuban music is 2 chords, especially the slow songs have these really cool chord cycles. They're like swing music or jazz standards, with beautiful chord changes and stuff. But when it's time to shake it, yeah, you're going to get down and play the clave.
Yeah.
And so that way of playing, or that way of putting it out, is just so compelling to folks that you can't get around it. You can't get around it. So that's what bled up into New Orleans and started the bluesy thing. For me, I went and played in Cuba a lot and played with those guys. And my latest album, which is out on Spotify, by the way, is Cuban jazz. It's Latin jazz. And my friend Julio Sanchez wrote the tunes, most of them, and did the arrangements. He's not only a percussionist, but he's an educated player, as are most of the guys down there. They can all read music, or fake, play by ear. They're all very skilled players. Well, it's a cool environment down there.
Yeah. So how did all these things kind of percolate together or stew together in the jambalaya of music that would eventually lend itself to the blues?
Well, this is coming together in New Orleans and kind of official blues, like the 12-bar blues that we know is getting known. But it's New Orleans is a hub, not for so many things. So musicians all pass through there. All the musicians all pass through there. So they're all adding a bit of that gumbo, a bit of that swing thing to their playing, right? And the actual swing rhythm is a derivative of right? So, um, so all these guys are either swinging it, and that's a good dance and music, or they're rocking the boogie, which is another good way of dance and music, right? This is all dance music that we're talking about now as blues after 1925, when things are starting to be recorded. But these cats were playing lots of different styles of music. But what sold records was, the Hellhound on My Trail,
Yeah.
Oh Woe Is Me, Woke Up This Morning kind of blues. That sold records, so there's lots of that. But those guys were playing swing music, and they were, playing the Tommy Dorsey hits and stuff like that. Those guys were playing all that stuff because you're playing for dancers. If you're going to make any money, this is you know about this, playing in the nightclubs of the Sun Parlor of Canada here.
Boy, do
if
I
you don't
ever.
get girls dancing, man, you can drinking no beer tonight. You're going home with a Coca-Cola, and that's how it's always been.
Yeah, but I'm fine with a Coca-Cola. I have two comments in the I have two things in the comments that I want to read out to you, and they're both from Grady. Grady Kaplan says, Phil, when you recorded with Cuban musicians, did you have to adjust to their style, or did everyone just naturally fit together?
That's a good question. The way I play, I try to fit in with what the other guys are doing. So no matter where I am. So I'm going to listen to their rhythmic subtleties and the way they approach the time, first of all, because if we're playing this mambo stuff, it's okay, there's a couple chords, so that's not a thing. But to fit in, of course, their rhythms are so nuanced that you got to listen to them. So I kind of listen to those and not force what I'm going to do on them. I let them do their thing and then play on top of it. And after we played together a few times, then they would ask me to play certain songs or certain grooves, and we could communicate them that way. But basically, I just kind of listen to what these guys are doing, and then try not to mess it up too much,
Well, it goes back to having that, what we talked about originally was having that conversation and understanding your role in the conversation, right? And,
yes.
And making sure that you're lending your talents to the conversation, but not dominating.
Yeah, and their way of playing is pretty conversational, especially amongst the rhythm section, because there's usually, 2, 3, 4 guys hitting stuff, right? There are congas and a timbali player and a drummer and maybe somebody else, and they've got a thing already figured out.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll learn the stops and starts of a song, but if it's this beat or that beat, they figure out a beat, and you're just gonna go there.
Mm-hmm.
There's no fighting this stuff.
Yeah.
You just gotta go along with it and figure it out. So if you can sort of have that conversation and talk to them musically on that level, then oh boy, do you have some fun. I had some great fun in Cuba.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He also asks another question, and I'm not sure at which point during our conversation the question is meant for, but it may have been when we were talking about all of these folks that are meeting through or passing through New Orleans. But he says, how did those guys get their instruments? And I'm wondering if he's talking about, because having an instrument at that time was kind of an affluence thing, wasn't it? I mean, in order to purchase
I mean, for us musicians, it's always been by hook or by crook. You get something crappy and figure out how to make out a pretty good sound on it, and then work until you can get some better stuff. And I think it's always been that way, right? In New Orleans, it's not known as a place. It's not like Cremona, Italy, or any of these hubs of musical instrument creation, like Elkhart, Indiana, where they make flutes and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So New Orleans was not really like that. there were some guys made instruments. It was all by hook or by crook. You know, we're talking in the if we talk about the times around the American Civil War and just after, up from there up until the start of recorded music that was available widely, which is like 1926, 1927. The phonograph records were starting to get known around. So in that period, man, if you know, if you were a player, you played, and you made your own instrument, right? Diddley bows and banjo. Banjo's pretty easy to make, you know. Right? A diddley bow's even easier to make, and percussion instruments are easy enough.
What's a diddley bow?
There's a good question. Okay, a diddley bow is, if you think of the image of a slave shack in the South, right, where it's got a peaked roof and with that overhangs a veranda, and there's posts holding up the roof.
Yeah.
Right. So what you do is you take the wire off a broom, or you get some baling wire, and you nail it to the post, and then you go down there and you nail it to the post down there, and then you get a rock or a Coke bottle or something, and you stick it in there so that the baling wire goes down and over the bottle and down. So you've got a one-string thing, and you can hit that with a little stick, or you can hit it with a coin, and you got a one-note thing, and that's a diddley bow.
So it's sort of like when you see, you know, when you would see on Hee Haw, for example, you would see the guys that had the what they call the wash tub bass, where they'd have a broom handle.
The wash tub bass is kind of another iteration of the diddley bow, for sure. Okay. At the beginning of the movie, it might get loud with Jack White, Jimmy Page, and The Edge. Jack White builds a diddley bow. Just out of a chunk of wood and a bunch of stuff and a couple of nails and a pickup, you know, a guitar pickup, and slides it under there. I played with this guy in Philadelphia that had one made out of a longboard, a skateboard longboard, with two strings, and he had a pickup on it, and he got up and said, "Okay, just me and the drummer." And he started playing. Holy crap, man! That's the real thing, right? So, and that's the real, I mean, that's that other relation, right? Here, let's try a thing. If I take this here, let's see if you can hear it.
Yep.
So, let's say if you had a diddley bow, you just have one string, you know, you'd get this kind of... see this, right? There we go. It's probably better.
Yep.
Then you could slide something up and down here. There you go. You got a harmonica.
Yeah.
You got a couple people clapping and stomping on the porch. Yeah. And rock and roll, baby. Right? And that little rhythm that I played, which is kind of the Bo Diddley beat.
Yeah.
So Ellis McDaniel named himself Bo Diddley after the diddley bow. And, you know, people would say, what does it mean? It doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean diddley, Bo Diddley. But his main beat is the clave, the 3-2.
Yeah. I was totally doing the beat along with you.
One of the rhythms and beats that came up from New Orleans through Cuba, like almost directly. And then, you know, in the 40s, when people started moving north to work, that's all this music followed, because the musicians are traveling around. You can't play in the same town for more than a week. You got to
Sure.
go to the next town and do your thing. So the influence of New Orleans music spread up through United States. They're from the south to the north.
I have an observation about the New Orleans kind of conglomeration, if you will, or melting pot of music, in that oftentimes we've talked about it before, how music really is a language for everyone, in the sense that it convey emotions and convey thoughts without needing to use an actual language, right? So
Yes.
could it be that one of the reasons that music became so important to the New Orleans kind of community was because you had all these people coming from different cultures and different areas of the world, and they found that they could communicate with each other through music?
Well, I don't know if it's that so much as the way New Orleans worked out is that it became a place where a lot of life was pretty hard. And so you better have the other things in life to balance that out, which is good food and a good social atmosphere and good music. So I think that's more of the driver,
Okay.
and that kind of unique social, interracial, I don't know if acceptance, tolerance at least, in the early days of New Orleans. That was a really, really big thing.
Okay. Sarah Blanchard comes into the comments here and says about the diddly bow thing, very cool. And then when you played it, she said it reminds her a bit of the "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" tracks, which sort of lends itself from that kind of time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That stuff's all around the same time, and the connections between hillbilly music and blues music are they're very blurry, especially in the pre-recorded days, especially then. And I think, I'm not an expert on movies like you and your buddy talking there earlier. Holy Fellini, man.
Did you just say "Holy Fellini"? That's
I did.
I'm going to get a shirt that says "Holy Fellini" and give it to Mitchell.
Holy
That's fantastic.
Fellini. Look at the Satyricon on that. So now I've lost whatever I was going to say.
We were talking about the blurry lines between hillbilly music and
Right.
blues. Yeah.
And there was a lot more mingling of the races in the post-Civil War days. Again, we're talking about this period post-Civil War to 1925, 26, where records are starting to be sold as a commodity and music becomes a little more homogenized. But before that, well, everybody's talking to everybody. So when you talk to people like Merle Travis, the great finger-picking guitarist, well, he learned from a couple old black guys in the town that he grew up in, which was like a coal mining place, right? So that's where he learned his chops. He learned them from these old cats, just like everybody who's going to play good music learns. You better learn some stuff from some old cats.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how it goes, right?
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. I had another question, and it flew the coop with the "Holy Fellini."
I'm a bad influence on so many people.
That is like such a that's going to be that's made its way into my lexicon now for sure.
I think that's what you should call the segment.
Hey, "Holy Fellini"?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the upcoming thing with Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, done. Done. And I'll put a little copyright notice PK right beside it there.
There you go. Yes. Oh, dozens of dollars, bro. Dozens of dollars.
That's right. All the exposure dollars you want. Can you give us some examples? So if people want to check out some really good examples of Louisiana or New Orleans kind of blues, what should we be looking for?
You should be looking at originally some of the really early stuff. The early Louis Armstrong stuff. Jelly Roll Morton, Couple of those kind of guys. That I mean, those recordings of Jelly Roll Morton and the very earliest stuff of Louis Armstrong are easy to find, you know, um, and so they'll show that'll illustrate sort of the basic beats. But you can look at so many contemporary people that are really paying attention to the traditional stuff. This guy named Trombone Shorty. Man, oh man, he's a modern guy. He's not very old, and he's like combines rap and hip hop and all that stuff, but traditional New Orleans funk and basic grooves are at the heart of everything this guy does. So there's lots of modern people that are following that tradition, and more so than a lot of American cities that are famous for a sound, for example, like Memphis or Nashville or Detroit, or name another couple of places like Phoenix. There, Dwayne Eddy in Phoenix. The New Orleans stuff has remained remarkably consistent in its spice makeup, and the way they build the rhythms and the call and response, like all the traditional elements of that style of music, call and response, all that kind of stuff. It is very, very big in New Orleans music, and it has been thus since the start of recorded music, and for some good 20 years before that.
Sarah jumps in and says, referring back to that time of the "O Brother, Where Art Thou," chronology, it was such an awesome time for music, so much feeling, soul, and stories being told with true heart. But I have a theory about that, and Phil, you can correct me if I'm speaking out of turn or speaking wrong. But I believe that, people relied on music at that time as a way of passing stories from community to community and from generation to generation, because we didn't have social media. Music was our social media at the time, and there's a great thing.
It was an ancient tradition of that.
Yeah, for sure. And there's especially in early folk and country music. There was somebody did a great. I can't remember who it was now, but they basically traveled the entire eastern coast of the United States, documenting each one of these different regions' styles of playing music and important songs of the time, because that was how they carried forward their stories and traditions between communities.
Well, sure, a lot of those folks couldn't read. Many people were illiterate. I mean, there's many stories of people memorizing holy books.
Right.
The Quran or the Bible or whatever, and they're illiterate, but they can recite you chapter and verse from these documents. So they've learned them in the oral tradition. And so a lot of the Appalachian stuff, whether it's, and that's mostly European migrants to the New World. There's different styles in every neighborhood, and all that stuff is sort of music of the old world brought there, and then people are just going to figure out what to do. They're going to figure out how to make music and how to, have a sad song to sing at a funeral and have some dancing songs to sing on a Saturday night for a party. That's an ancient tradition, right?
Yeah.
Let's hope we can keep doing that.
And it's interesting to me how different areas and different cultures approach solemn or meaningful ceremonial gatherings from a musical sense. And I'm speaking of the Southern Baptist tradition in the churches, where truly it is a lift your hearts unto the Lord by celebration of this uplifting song, as opposed to the monotonous Germanic chanting of the Catholic tradition. But also, and especially in New Orleans.
Well, if they sang like that at Most Precious Blood, I'd probably still be going to church, bro.
Yeah. Okay. There. Exactly. That's the point, right? And then also, especially in New Orleans, the sense of, the funeral procession. The funeral procession is always celebrated with music, and oftentimes
Yeah.
upbeat music.
Well, there's a thing with the funeral procession, when you're taking the person to the grave,
It's
you play
somber.
solemn music,
Yes.
right? And when you lay them down, and you're going to send them on their journey to the next life, to the next place. Well, we're going to send you up. We're going to send you up with a smile and a big song and a happy song. So you get When the Saints Come Marching In and all the kind of naughty songs of New Orleans. Didn't He Ramble?
Yeah.
Yep, he rambled everywhere, right? So that's more of an African tradition than a European thing, isn't it? The European thing is a lot more
Solemn.
sad
Yes.
and dour. But
Yes. It's almost like
so I'll probably have a New Orleans funeral, I'm thinking.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like you feel like if you show any kind of joy or whatever, you're making a mockery or you're not taking it seriously. But I think people don't understand that, part of that, like you said, when you go to the depositing of the body, if you were, it's a solemn affair and a somber affair. But then absolutely, it should be a celebration of life afterward, right? It should be a celebration of this person.
Well, that's it. And in New Orleans, for a lot of these folks, I mean, life is hard.
Yeah.
It's friggin' hard. So we're going to celebrate that our brother or our sister is going on to a better life of peace and contentment.
Yeah.
That's the other part of the celebration. It's that you've gone on to better things. So
yeah.
And I've played at a few funerals in my day. They're always very momentous occasions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very important things,
Well, where do we head from here, sir? Now that we have conquered
Gosh,
are we still staying with the blues? Are we moving just forward?
I think we're going to talk about blues and jazz.
Okay.
Sort of, because the development of these two things is kind of parallel. And where blues was the popular music of a certain group of people, jazz especially into the 30s into the 40s became the pop music of the day. Stuff that was jazz-based music, that was the pop music of the day until 1948.
Yeah,
or a little after that, and especially after 1955 or so with the invention of the electric bass.
Yeah.
So we can talk about those transitions.
Sure.
Or I can tell you scary stories from various places on the globe.
Well, whoa, wait, that sounds super interesting.
all you horror movie people. Let me tell you about Port Colborne, Ontario.
Oh, even the name sends shivers down
Slowly
my spine.
I turn,
step by step. Fantastic. Sarah says she would also like a New Orleans funeral, like not today, but
Yeah, at some point in the distant future.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, so we will be in a little bit of communication before next week's program so that I can modify the graphic slightly, because right now the graphic just says blues, and we'll decide where we want to kind of take it from there.
Sure thing.
But yeah, no, I mean,
I can say just music and music. It'll all tie in.
Okay.
We'll get to the Bulgarian women's choir eventually.
Oh,
one of Jeff Beck's favorite groups. Oh, here's the thing I got to tell you.
Yeah, sure.
Yesterday was a big day at our house here in beautiful St. Clair Beach, Ontario, because I got this month's edition of Guitar Player magazine. Always a big thing at my house.
Okay.
And there was a 2-page article on the great fingerstyle guitarist Tommy Emmanuel.
Oh, I love that guy.
and he's talking about his latest recording and so on. And he said, for this song, I played a baritone guitar made by a guy named Tony Carroll, Karol. And Tony's a pal of mine. And one of the guitars that I play all the time has a neck. It was a 62 Gibson Melody Maker that I bought from Chris Norton's brother, Mark, in the 70s. Rebuilt by Scott Hughes, rebuilt by somebody else, and finally Tony Carroll put a final neck on it, and I've been playing that for years. So I got the Tony Carroll neck way before guitar icon
Tommy Emmanuel.
Tommy Emmanuel.
Nice. And this this friend of yours should also be a guest on the program. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
I'd love to
he
talk
does
to
a lot of
here.
things. Probably not now in the COVID times, but he would have people over if you want to build a guitar.
Yeah.
Want to build a great acoustic guitar? You go to his place every week for a few hours and you build it.
Yeah.
He's got all the.
That's exactly.
And he builds harp guitars. So, a full guitar with 6 or so harp strings. Don Ross plays one of his, and Don Alder, the great fingerstylist Don Alder from the West Coast, played Tony's guitars. So I've got a great one of his, and he's a stand-up guy. He's a great cat.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave it to you to get me in touch with this guy so that we can get him on the show. I think that'd be great.
Okay.
Denny,
yeah, for sure.
Denny Basters jumps in real quick and says, maybe touch on blues players who go straight from guitar to the amp and the ones who use pedals. And I guess we kind of could have talked a little bit about how
we can talk about that for ages. Yes.
Like how the emergence of certain technological developments with instruments change the way that the music gets played, right?
Yes, for sure. I mean, a lot of that also had to do with the venues. You get a certain sound with a certain amp and a certain venue, and people go for that. I love pedals. I use tons of them. But lately I play with a cleaner sound than I used to, I think, for most things. But and just beat the hell out of the guitar to get some distortion. But yes, there's lots of really great straight into the amp players you would think of, and I think Denis is a fan of Tab Benoit, a Louisiana guy, and he's a Louisiana player, blues player, that's not so New Orleans. He's more of a Cajun in the way that he plays. So his flavor, his spicy, is different, and I don't think he uses many pedals.
Yeah.
Telecaster thin line into a Blackface Super Reverb.
Sometimes
I can do that for you if you want. I've got it here.
Sometimes the most amazing thing is that you forego the trappings of technology and get back to what makes the instrument amp combination sound fantastic, on its own.
Yeah, and 80% is right there.
Yeah.
80% of what it sounds like ought to be coming from your fingers. If more than 80% is coming from your fingers,
then you're Tommy Emmanuel.
No, Tommy Emmanuel's got 192% coming out of his fingers. It's amazing.
Just as an aside, if anybody wants to see something that will absolutely fry your noodle, check out Tommy Emmanuel's doing his version of Mason Williams' Classical Gas.
Oh, yeah.
He does this thing.
Or his Beatles thing where he plays
Day
Day
Tripper
and
Lady Madonna
at the same time or something. Holy crap.
He does this thing in there. Okay, it's my turn to do something cool. Hold on a second. And I can't do it nearly as cool as he does, but I learned it from watching something that he did. So I'm just going to flip this back over to the two of us together so people can see the guitar. They probably can't see it very well, but that's okay. Anyway, you can hear it.
Yeah, I can see it.
But he does this really cool thing. And I've started to do it all the time now, but he does it where he hits a chord and then all of a sudden he goes like this. He'll hit a harmonic and he'll bend the neck.
Yeah.
And I had never seen that before. And when I saw him do that, I'm like, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And you got to understand, he does it He does it in a split second, and it just sounds absolutely
Oh yeah.
incredible. So I have now adopted that as a technique.
I can't do it on this guitar so much because the neck doesn't bend very easily. But yes, he's just the best, man.
Yeah.
To hear him playing any of those things, there's a great clip of him and his brother playing Cannonball Rag
Oh,
at
jeez.
1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, yeah. The thing
It's
that,
so clean.
the thing that kills me, the thing that yeah, brilliant. The thing that kills me about Tommy Emmanuel is when you watch him. It's like for me when I watched him do that classical gas one, the stuff that he's doing is so complex, but he's not even looking at what he's doing. That's how in tune he is with that instrument, right? Like he doesn't even have to look at what's happening.
He's a practicer,
Yeah.
He's a total practicer. A quote I read from him, somebody said, well, how do you get so much sustain out of your acoustic guitars? Are they all custom made, or are they this and that? He said, no, I just practice. I practice all the time.
Yeah.
Even though I'm he doesn't say that, even though I'm the greatest frigging guitar player ever, he still practices every day
Yeah.
in a disciplined, organized way.
Yeah.
And that's how you have chops like that, and that's how you have a tone like that.
That's what it
You know?
takes. I
None of that stuff's magic.
I will tell you this, that even in the short time that I've been doing this ridiculous little program, I have noticed a fundamental change in my playing. And it's just strictly from playing 5 hours a day.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Grady Kaplan jumps in the comments and said Keith Richards played straight into a twin on 9. You can do that in many clubs. And then thankfully, actually, he posted a link to a Tommy Emmanuel video where he's playing with JD Simo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, Tommy's the best.
Yeah.
He's just the best.
If you ever get an opportunity to go see him, the other guy that I would kind of put in that category, and I would hearken everyone to go check out, is a guy called John Gomm, Gomm, and he plays a song called Passion Flower. Is the one that I'm most taken by. It's just him and his guitar, which is effects driven, it's acoustic guitar. But what he does is so. First, he does this thing where he starts playing the guitar, and you're like, okay, that's you're a decent guitar player. Sounds pretty good. Then he starts adding that percussive element with his hand, right? So he starts doing fingernail scratches, taps, and rhythmic patterns with his fingers while he's playing, and you're like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. You're also doing that too. So he starts doing them together. Then he does tapping on the neck in terms of not just like the Eddie Van Halen style of tapping, but he's actually doing like bass note patterns while he's strumming and doing this rhythmic thing. And you're like, okay.
I hate those guys.
And then he goes, now you're doing that too. Now check this out. In addition to that, he starts doing tapping, but detuning the pegs at the same time, so that he starts playing this melody where the peg detuning becomes part of the melody at the same time. So we have these 5 actions all happening at the same time, and then he starts to sing on top of that. And the really infuriating thing is that the song is good. you
can't get away with all those tricks unless the song is good,
But that's just the thing, is it's like the song,
right? Otherwise, they're all just tricks.
If you didn't know that it was him, that it wasn't, that it was just him, right? If you didn't see that and you assumed that it was a band of people that was playing, the song is really good. But then to see, I'm going to drop the link into it in the comics so that people can check it out, because oh my goodness, it's one of those things that, again, going back to what I was talking about with Johnny, it'll make you do one of two things: either want to burn your guitar and never play again, or it'll just light that fire in you to become a better musician.
Yeah, like Kevin Bright. Kevin Bright's that guy.
Yeah, there you go. Denny Bassler says Tommy Emmanuel is the king, and his other royalty player is Jack Pearson.
Jack?
Jack Pearson, but I don't know. I'm not sure who that is, but I'm going to go and check it out.
No. But if Denny says, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
he's not an uninformed fellow,
Yes,
our Denny.
indeed. All right. Well, until next week when we branch out into jazz, a uniquely American style of music.
Yes.
Then yeah, we'll be in conversation. We'll kind of get a little more of the graphic thing going. But yeah, I mean this has been such a pleasure again and such an education. I thank you so much.
It's good fun, man. It's good fun. And what else are you going to do on Friday?
Well, yeah. Oh,
You
so
know?
you mentioned it was a red letter day at the Kane household. It was a red letter day in my household too, and I'll tell you why. I picked myself up a new instrument today. Oh yes.
Ooh,
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
It is a Roland AX49 Edge keytar.
Oh, man.
I am going to pick up a pencil.
Can you make it wireless?
I can. And I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna
Oh,
pick,
yeah.
I'm gonna pick up a little super ultra thin necktie and some aviator sunglasses, you know,
Yep.
and rock it like it's 1984. I recognize that. It's the Cars. Yeah, I'm gonna do all the Cars stuff. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
We shall leave it there. But I thank you again, and I look forward to next week, my friend.
We're going to have fun,
You betcha.
but not in the sun. So this is good for those of us who don't have any melanin.
Yeah.
It's good to stay and stay pink.
Until then, thank you so much, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks, Chris. Take care.
All right, Phil. Well, another chapter into our musical education journey. Our ethnomusicologist, even though he claims he is not one, I think that is not exactly the truth. I think that he was born an ethnomusicologist. But yes, wonderful and informative conversation. We're going to play one tune here real quick. This was sent to me from by one of the people I interviewed. I believe it was either earlier this week or last week. To be honest with you, all these days are running together. Anyway, this is Fresh Breath with their song "Make It Together." And Grady, thank you for the congratulations. I'm not sure. It feels a little weird right now. I'm not sure that I'm ready. You know, it's a different way of playing, and I can't really see the notes, and I'm very much a visual player, so it's because I'm a terrible player. Anyway, here's Fresh Breath with "Make It Together."
What if one day everything you knew just changed? Your family and your home suddenly rearranged. And what if all the things you dreamed of jumped right out of you? Not lost forever, but just this time. like the weather. You bend and squeeze to drink your mind. Sense to be compared to anyway. What if nothing was real at all? Just a dream it a dream it If life's what you make of it, then let's make it together. No use making sense of it, hard to predict, just like the weather. If life's what you make of it, then let's make it together. No use making sense of it, hard to predict, just like the weather. What if one day
What a pleasant melody. I love it. I love it so much. All right. Well, let's bring on our final guest of the evening. Last but certainly not least, we will have a conversation with the voice, face, and talent behind Nikki Night Music. Just waiting for the connection to go through. Doo-ba-doop-doop-doo. Apparently, lots of folks waiting with a bated breath, which is fantastic. I love it. That's what it's all about. It is about making that connection, sharing our love of what we do. Let's see. Oh, she needs 1 second. No problem. She's having a technical issue. I know all about those. As anyone who has watched the program will know. Tomorrow on the program, it's Saturday. We return to Jam Night with the lovely Paul Richard and the infectious Jim O'Neill. We will be jamming out a whole bunch of stuff here in the studio, socially distant, of course. So make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be amazing. It's so much easier to play, so much more material when you have a drummer and a guitar player. So make sure you get some requests in the queue, because we would love to be able to have people suggesting a whole bunch of things. And yes, Ashley Rose says, tomorrow we hit 300 hours streamed at some point. I'll have to do the math, or more importantly, I should say Ashley will do the math on when that's exactly going to hit. But we'll have to do something special for the 300. I'm not sure what that's going to be. But if anybody has any suggestions, please let me know. All right. Moving on, let's see if oh, she says she's ready, so let's try it. I'm super excited about Can you imagine 300 hours? 300 hours. That seems like a lot of time. It seems like a lot of time that I've been doing this. It's weird. Oh well. When I think of all the other times that I could have wasted 300 hours, right? Instead, I got to share it with you folks, and that's spectacular and lovely and wonderful. Well, we have managed to connect, which is great. I'm just going to I don't have her live yet. I'm just going to ask her one quick favor: if she could turn her phone sideways so that we could get landscape. Is that possible? And if it's not, no big deal. But it's usually works out a little bit better for the presentation style of things. It is turning sideways, but has not actually rotated. So now we just have you sideways, which is great. Let's see here. Now we're upside down. Now we're sideways the other way. It looks like we're just locked in portrait mode. That's okay. It doesn't matter. We can be locked in portrait mode. You're delightful in portrait or in landscape. It doesn't matter. We're all good. We're trying some things here, but we still have you just sideways. You've got so many fans. This is great. Yeah, you're sideways, but sideways as if I turned you the wrong way. So I think we probably just go back to portrait mode. There you go. Yeah, that's fine. We'll deal with it. We love it. It looks great. It's the best portrait mode I've ever seen. Here we go. Without further ado, for all of you waiting anxiously with bated breath, We are speaking with the brains and talent and behind Nikki Knight Music. Ash, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing very well. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And let me ask the most important question first, and that is you and those close to you. Is everybody doing okay, happy and healthy?
Oh yeah, we're doing great.
Good. Well, we certainly couldn't ask for any more than that. Now, the comments have now been inundated with people demanding to see to see you. So tell us a little bit about Nikki Knight.
Well, I've been a musician for 18 years. I probably didn't start singing until I was about 11 or 12, though, so I just kind of played guitar for a while. And I play all genres of music. I don't think there's anything that I hate playing. I like to make songs my own and experiment with different sounds. And I definitely grew up on a lot of classic rock, so I definitely have a lot of that sound in behind my voice. Same with anything really soulful. I loved the Judds growing up, was like a big thing for my mom, so I definitely have a little bit of them in there. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm just a small town girl, and I love to play and be unique.
Did you just drop a Journey reference in there subtly? Is that what you did?
I might have.
Oh, let me ask you this. You know, when I first did the post out, you know, I referenced you by your name, and you were quick to correct me on that, and I apologize that I didn't clarify that ahead of time. But that, you know, you perform under a different name, and tell me, you know, what is the rationale for that?
Okay, so like I said, I didn't start singing until I was about 11 or 12, and I never really liked my name. Sorry, Mom and Dad, but I was never a fan of my actual name. And I just thought, you know, I really needed something that had a better ring to it, that I could call myself when I was performing, that I could build myself into. And where the name actually comes from is my middle name is Nicole, but there's a funny story. My mom, when she was a kid, her name is Lori, and she always used to fight with her dad and say, I don't like my name, I want to be called Stephanie. So when I was born, my grandpa, as the funny guy he is, said to her, well, I'm not going to call her Ashley, I'm going to call her Nikki. So my entire life, my grandpa has called me Nikki, so that's where the first name comes from. And then Knight is the last name of my stepdad. He's on the guitar in the background there, a little memorial picture. We lost him in a motorcycle accident last June. It's almost been a year, actually a year this next coming Sunday, not this Sunday, the following. And him and I shared the passion of music. He gave me my first acoustic guitar and just kind of helped mold me into the musician that I am today, and he was always my biggest supporter. So that's why the name is so important to me, not only because I didn't like my name as a kid and I wanted a cool stage name, but also just because he was one of and is the most important person in my life, and that supported my music. So that's just kind of where that comes from, and I've now even more so than ever play in his memory because of having lost him. So
yeah, that is a wonderful and touching sentiment, and I totally get it. And again, I do apologize for, you know, initially not referencing it out that way.
I know it's really hard when somebody goes by a different name and you're used to calling them or seeing them as something else. So
yeah.
Even sometimes my friends still do it. They call me Ash when they introduce me at a show, but it is what it is. I like to tell people the importance of that story and how much I really like playing under that name.
Well, no, but it is fundamentally important. I mean, it would be just as disrespectful for me to go out and introduce Elton John as Reginald Dwight. Right. I mean, you know, you're working very, very hard on your the separation of yourself and your stage self. I want to ask you this, you know, sure. Is there a freedom in having the pseudonym, in the senses, are there things that Nikki Knight can get away with and do on stage that Ash could not?
That's a good question. I think sort of, in a sense, like I've kind of over the years learned how to become who I am through my stage name and being myself. Growing up, I was bullied a lot, and I had a lot of issues with not necessarily stage fright, but being afraid to be myself on the stage. I always thought that because I was a unique kid and I was overweight for a lot of my life and still am, that when I got on a stage, that's what people were focusing on rather than looking at me and thinking, wow, she is really talented, or wow, I love her music. So it took a long time for me to kind of find myself and be able to be comfortable being myself on stage. And I think definitely in a sense we're like two different people but in the same body. But not really things that I can get away with. I think I'm just really confident under that name, and that's just kind of who I know myself as.
Yeah. It's interesting that you bring that up, because I think that a lot of creative people, and musicians especially, if we're not comfortable in our own skins for whatever reason, I also, turned to music to help me through times that were kind of weird or challenging, or where I didn't see myself the way I wanted to see myself. So I think that's a pretty common tale, in the sense that, if we're feeling awkward or whatever, we use music as a way to kind of get past that, right? Do you have anything in particular that you can reference, in terms of music that really helped pull you through certain times?
Yeah, music always helps pull me through times, as crazy as that might be for some people to think about. But when you're a musician, like you said, that's just kind of our first nature, almost not even our second nature, is to use music as an outlet for every kind of emotion. So I find that every time that I ever wrote, it had to do with me being in some sort of extreme emotion, whether it be me being sad or me being excited about something or having a loss. But one really crazy time was when I lost my dad, actually, because I'm so used to having music as an outlet and running to it when I feel those emotions. At first it was like that, and I wanted to do nothing but just be in the music, and it distracted me. But after a while, it kind of became a little bit more of, what's the word I'm looking for? It kind of became like a trigger. And so I kind of had to step away from music for a little bit, because it was because him and I shared that. It was like every time that I wanted to sing or I wanted to be around my musical friends, it was like I was just constantly thinking about him. So it was kind of hard, because it took a little bit for me to get out of that rut and get back into leaning on it for my emotions rather than it triggering the emotions. So it's kind of crazy how music works like that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we have talked about before, is that, music has this weird ability to touch us emotionally and allow us to convey emotions that we may either be too scared or too uncomfortable or just not know how to express. That's one of the great things that we see with children. Children can use music in a way to express thoughts or emotions that they just don't know how to verbalize yet, right? You mentioned that music for you comes from a place of emotion. If you're happy, you write a happy song. If you're sad, you write a sad song. And I think that's true for most singer-songwriters or musicians that create. And I wonder too that external influences, right, can alter our emotions. So if we're living in a time right now that is uncertain, or a time of for some people is maybe a time of fear or panic or uncertainty, that can kind of get in and affect us emotionally. Do you find that, if those external factors kind of get into your writing, or do you use your writing as a way to keep all those external factors away?
I would say a little bit of both, but definitely they are definitely affecting music for me anyways. This whole time during COVID, I've probably wrote at least 2 songs that are COVID related that just have to do with the fact that we're stuck inside our houses with not a whole lot to do, but trying to see the better side of it. I try to stay positive through it, but while also having those moments in the song where it's like you can hear that negative effect, but you want like the positive outcome. But it definitely influences my music when we have situations like this.
Yeah, for sure. What's the most challenging part of songwriting for you? Like, what is it that you find the most difficult aspect of it?
For me, I have always had, I feel, a pretty good way with lyrics and coming up with the story. But the problem for me is I've never been like a crazy guitar player. I always kind of stuck to the
And there's the Facebook freeze. Let's see if it comes back. Boy, I wish I could figure out what's going on there. It never used to do this, and now all of a sudden it does it like all the time. But it didn't do it with Phil. Did you notice that? It didn't do it with Phil at all. So I wonder if it's still...
When it came to playing, so I just do a lot of like the basic chords. I never got into doing the tabs or the solos.
Sorry, we had a little bit of a glitch there. But you were talking about that you never got into tabs or doing solos. So if you can
That's
kind
okay.
of go back to that. Sorry.
Yeah. So I find that my biggest challenge when I'm writing a song is really trying to figure out what I'm gonna play melody-wise on the guitar to make all of my songs sound different. I find a lot of the time I run into the issue where I'm kind of like, oh, this sounds like that other song that I wrote, because, like I said, I really only play super basic chording. Like, I don't really play anything complex at all. I like to focus a lot on my voice and my lyrics, so sometimes I run into issues with what I want it to sound like behind those lyrics.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you this question, and it may be difficult because self-adjudication is very difficult for a lot of folks. But I want to ask you this: what is a song of yours that is your absolute favorite? You would play it every single time if you could.
I have so many, but one of my favorites, and I have it tattooed on my arm, on this arm. Well, I don't even know what arm it is. Not that you can see it, but it is called Let the Music Soothe Your Soul, and it's, I think, probably one of the first songs I ever wrote, so my 12-year-old self, and I was definitely upset at that time. I think I had like a fight with my parents, and I wrote a song about how music is an outlet and how it can help you get through rough times and how you just need to let the music soothe your soul. So that's probably one of my fan favorites for sure. My parents and my boyfriend and everybody has always absolutely loved that song, and it definitely has like such a good, nice feel to it. So that's probably one of my favorites.
And then let's go on the flip side of that. Is there a song that you wrote that for whatever reason, and we don't need to get into the reason itself, but is there a song that you wrote that you feel you can't really or don't really want to play anymore for any particular reason? And what would the reason be?
That's hard to say because I have so many. I think a lot of the songs that I wrote as a kid I don't really play anymore, and I kind of lost track of. I have kind of like that reference in writing that I wrote the song, but I don't really play them anymore, and not necessarily because I don't want to play it or I played it too much and I don't like it anymore. Just I think I kind of grew out of those times in my life, and I kind of changed the sound. And like I said, coming into myself as a musician and learning to be okay with who I am and be confident has kind of changed my sound over the years. So now I just stick to my new music rather than my old stuff that I wrote when I was 12.
Well, I think that's important. You know, it's part of every artist's journey to kind of continue to cultivate and continue to grow and continue to develop. And kudos to you for recognizing that and taking that journey, because sometimes it's really comfortable just to, if you've written some stuff and you think it's pretty good and you've gotten some good response to it, you just stop and the development stops there. So good on you for continuing down that road. I want to ask you the same question that I've been asking some of the performers, and that is, give me your best memory of a stage performance and your worst memory of a stage performance.
Okay. Best would probably be one of my more recent shows, and it was at Sidebar Lounge downtown. I play there pretty often, and for most people it doesn't seem like a big deal, but for me it was. And there was probably almost nobody there that night. It happened to be a little bit dead. And Jody Raful and his wife came in, and they sat and watched me play for a decent amount of time. And he complimented me on his way out. And then he went down the street to Dugout and told a couple musicians that I actually know personally how great he thought I was. And he reached out to them and he let them know that. And one of the reasons that's so huge for me is not only did I grow up with him being kind of like that local famous person that the schools always talked about, and he did those concerts and things, but his son Billy is actually one of my absolute favorite artists over almost anybody, which a lot of people they laugh at me for, because he's just a local kid, and a lot of people went to school with him and they don't think much about it, but just the fact that he is a small town kid gives me so much faith that, like, hey, I can do that. And then on top of it, his music is amazing. So that was a really huge moment for me, for his dad to be sitting at my show giving me compliments and
For
telling
sure.
people about me. I was just like so excited.
I want to just make a quick addendum to that, you know, and it's something that we should all take to heart and all remember. Because you mentioned that, you know, where some people think that it's silly that, you know, one of your favorite artists is a local guy or whatever. Here's something that everyone tends to forget. Everyone who is someone was no one once.
Absolutely.
Right? So that's
We all have that
extremely
starting point.
that's right. It's extremely important to remember that. That is a quote that fundamentally changed the way that I see the world. And it's right on another one that was said by the late Steve Jobs, who said that, you know, it's interesting when you think of the people that shape the world are not any brighter, any more talented, or any more driven than you are. And once you realize that, and realize that you can make a change, it will change the way you see the world. And those two things really spoke to me, you know, in the sense that, you know, the local guy is important, because guess what? He's not local somewhere else, right? So the whatever fame or whatever celebrity, whatever success that he's receiving, if you look at it like somebody from Carolina likes Billy Rafool, well, it's because he's standing up on his own merits, not because he's from Carolina. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, let's let go of the fact that he's a local guy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you're from. You're a dude that does really good music, and that's all that's important, right?
Sure.
There we go.
I find that that's definitely just the stigma with musicians, is that that person is going to know people in their life. So to those people, they're just, that's just Billy Rafool. I went to school with him. But it's, you know, he's come so far in music. Like, you know, everybody knows somebody, but we definitely shouldn't discredit how far and how hard people work to get where they are. Like, it's
For sure.
It's definitely not easy being a musician and trying to make it in the world as a musician. And a lot of people definitely discredit anybody in art, I feel like, a lot of the time, because they don't realize that.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people also think that, you know, being a musician or an artist or a creator is not a real job. And I'll tell you this, it is a real and a very full-time job. So, you know, one of the things that we hear all the time is that Windsor-Essex County has such a diverse and an amazing music scene. And I 100% agree with that. I think we have so many talented people here, and it's very frustrating to me that, you know, the live music scene appears to be kind of drying up. You know, venues are switching to 1 day a week now, and when I started coming into it, we were playing 6 days a week. What do you think is something that needs to change in the music community in Windsor? Maybe not the music community, but the way that music is consumed in Windsor, Essex.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a huge thing that I started to notice some businesses really were kind of realizing that live music is so important and that people really do enjoy coming out and watching somebody play live. But you're totally right in saying that, like, not a lot of places still do it, and a lot of places don't do it often enough. So that's why one of the reasons it's so hard being a musician, because there's only so many places to play, and usually it's only on weekends, for sure. But I think that people definitely need to become more open, businesses especially, to that, because it is so fun, not only for the musicians, but to go out and see somebody play music that you might not know or you might know, but it's going to sound different than what you're used to. And it's a nice breath of fresh air to hear somebody play live music versus just playing it over the radio.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fundamentally transformative experience when you go and experience something live, right? You'll never be able to explain it until people actually go out and try it for themselves. And we've got so many people commenting positively toward you and your efforts in the comments. It's just wonderful. I want to read just a couple of them out. Kylie Renee Ellis says Ash's guitar playing has totally blossomed just as much as her vocals. and then sorry, I'm just scrolling up and down here. Oh, and then
Yeah.
somebody says, look, in all capitals. So I have to do this. I have to throw on the effect and say,
Look at the kitten in the background.
so there's a there's a kid,
Oh my gosh,
there's
that's
a
so funny.
there's a cat there in the background, and now I'm sorry, that's all I can see. It's your
Oh my god, that's hilarious. I couldn't even see her.
yeah. What advice would you give to people who are starting out in the music, music industry, in terms of, even just getting up and performing locally, but they feel very self-conscious about doing it, in terms of, maybe they feel like they don't play well enough, or, they don't fit a particular image, or, and so they're reluctant to get up and share their gift. What advice would you give them?
I have definitely, like I said, been there myself, and I have definitely given advice to quite a few friends who are in the industry, so to speak. They're singers or they play, and they're in that exact position. And it is so hard, like I said, to try to come into yourself and to get that confidence to play. And I think one of the things that I had an issue with was kind of comparing myself to other people, and sometimes listening to other people that don't always have the best outlook when it comes to the music scene because they've been in it for so long. A lot of people for a while tried to tell me that I needed to not play so much sad music, or you need to not do this, or you need to do this. And I hear that with a lot of other musicians too. They say, I really want to do what you're doing and I want to play at bars, but I was told I don't have enough music, or I was told that I shouldn't sing ballads as much, or this and that. And I think that it's so hard already to get into it that really you have to try your best to be positive with other musicians, and just get out there and do it. That's really all I can say. Just try to build yourself a decent set and play what you like and make connections with people. And the way that I got into it was playing at other people's shows. So I had friends like my best friend Randy Beaton. He plays all over the city, and from the time that I met him, he was nice enough to let me to come out to his shows and play a couple songs. And that's kind of how I got myself going, because I was able to showcase myself excuse me, to those bar owners. And that's kind of how I got going. And I just had to learn to stop comparing myself to other people and just be myself, and realize that, if people are hiring me, that means that they like what I'm bringing to the table. So yes, of course, you don't want to put your whole crowd to sleep the whole time you're playing. You don't want to play sad songs the entire time you're playing a set, of course, but you can definitely be yourself and play your songs and engage your crowd, and people are going to love it regardless. You're never going to know if you don't get out there and at least try.
Yeah, absolutely. Another comment here from Tara Ashley says that you've always been encouraging, and you're great at helping people up. And I think that kind of also is a sentiment that can be echoed to most of the music community here in Windsor. We are incredible, or Windsor, Essex County. We are incredibly supportive of each other. And like
For
you said,
sure.
with Randy, who is absolutely a top shelf guy. And will go out of his way to make sure that he's helping people give a leg up. And I was fortunate enough to receive the same kind of treatment years ago when I started doing this too. And I of course try and pay it forward. So I think we've really fostered a really great community of helping each other, which is wonderful,
For sure.
especially in a community that has the tendency to become competitive, right?
Yeah.
That's really heartwarming to see. You mentioned on the fact that you've been told not to play so many sad songs or whatever, and I'm right with you in that camp, because I'm the moody piano player ballad guy. Like I'll play sad, emotionally driven songs all night long, and while there is something to be said for playing upbeat dancey songs that people can kind of have fun to, I think it's also important when you're starting out to kind of pick your venues, or know the venues that I don't want to go play at a dance bar.
Yeah.
Because that's not what I do. Right? So I think it's important to understand, where you fit in kind of the ecosystem, the musical ecosystem.
Definitely.
You mentioned that music, has a profound effect on you emotionally, and especially, with helping you cope with the passing of your stepfather. And I'm apologize, I didn't offer condolences immediately when you said that.
Thank you.
What's an example of a song for you that that really really speaks directly to your heart every time you hear it. Like just affects you so profoundly that that piece of music will be with you for the rest of your life.
There is definitely quite a few now since he's passed away. One of the biggest songs, which most people would think is hilarious because the song itself literally has not much to do with that kind of emotion, is the song Creep. And it's such a funny song when you listen to it. You know, it's about being a creep and being a weirdo, and that was one of his favorite songs that I played because I play it a little bit differently. And when he passed away, I actually sang that song to him while he was in the hospital bed. So that song now pulls so much heartstrings for me when I hear it, and when people want me to play it, it's such a hard song to do, but it holds so much importance at the same time for me. And just, you know, a couple other songs that he loved classic rock. Like I said, my parents all listen to classic rock. So Every Rose Has Its Thorn, which a lot of musicians hate because it's overplayed and you've heard it so many millions of times. That's one of the first songs he ever taught me on guitar, and he used to sing to me. So that song also holds a lot of importance. So just little things like that, Bob Seger songs, just anything that he used to sing to me or anything that he used to love to hear. Now, even if they're not sad emotional songs, I feel that way when I listen to them, in a good way and in a bad way at the same time, because there's so much emotional connection to them.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you shared that you sang that song to him when he was in the hospital, and I had the very same experience with probably the biggest musical influence for me was my Uncle Pete, who passed away from malignant melanoma. And I remember being in the hospital with him right near the end, and singing a Bruce Springsteen song called "No Surrender," which kind of perfectly encapsulated some moments, you know, that we had shared together. And it goes to show you how fundamentally important music is, you know, in terms of being able to express an emotion or a feeling or a connection with another human being. I don't know that there's another more powerful conveyance on the planet than music is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Probably not. When you think about, you think about all the different areas that it affects, right? I mean, one of the best examples I ever saw was when I was in school for filmmaking. We were talking about the impact that a soundtrack has on a film, and somebody said, you know what, we're going to watch this. We're going to watch what movie was it? It was what's the one about the camp with the guy Jason that murders people?
Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th, that's right. So they said, we're going to watch a scene from Friday the 13th, but we're going to shut the sound off. So
we're going to play happy music.
Right. And it's so weird. Like, it wasn't scary at all without the music. And in fact, it was it was almost comical, right? And then we watched it again, and we put in they put the soundtrack back in, and yeah, you know, you had that really cool thing of, like, you know, you had this sound, you know, that dread kind of, you know, dun dun dun, and it absolutely transformed the way that we see it, you know. And I spoke about it earlier in the program. There was an Elton John song called "Think I'm Gonna Kill Myself," and the words are just absolutely morbid, but the piano playing that he does over is like a ragtime kind of like Scott Joplin type of thing, and it's so wrong, but it just changes the way that you think about the song.
That's so funny.
I want to ask you, you know, in reference to a regular segment that we do on this program on Thursdays called McCrindle's List, where my good friend Corey McCrindle gives us his top 5 lists that are suggested by people in the comments. But I want you to give me, it doesn't necessarily have to be 5 if 5 is too much on the spot for you to kind of come up with, but give me what you would suggest to people as a playlist to kind of help them through this weird time we're living in.
Oh, that's a tough question. I listen to so much music. I don't even know if I can think of anything off the top of my head, really. I find like any sort of music really gets me out of like a crappy time. So I've never really sat and thought about like, hey, listen to this specific song. It's so good to think about during this time. I honestly don't know if I could pick out one song.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. All right. Sounds good. Um, I want to thank you so much for being willing to talk with us and spending some time with us. This is really what the happy accident that came out of this whole little experiment was that either making new friends in our case, or reconnecting with old friends, but just being able to kind of share that connection, especially at a time when human connection is so limited, right? But it's so wonderful to be able to share a smile or a story or a memory or a laugh or a tear or whatever. So I want to thank you very much for making yourself available. And it's clear from the comments that are going on that you're very highly regarded. And I think that's something that you should take to heart, because sometimes I think that what speaks the most about a person's character is the way that other people speak about them. And
For sure.
for you to be, when this is done, you can go back and watch the video and you'll see the amount of support and love that's pouring your way through these comments. And I think that speaks volume about your character. So thank you very much for being here and being present.
Thank you.
I want to leave you with this question, and that is not to do with music. Now we're kind of turning it a little more on the personal side. We kind of are surrounded by this sea of negativity that comes to us through social media, with people bickering about conspiracy theories and what Trump did and blah 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 and all this other nonsense. But we're also seeing the very best examples of humanity showing themselves. And I wonder if you have an example of something positive that you've seen during this weird time that you would like to see continue once we've moved back into some kind of normalcy.
For sure. One of the biggest things that I've seen recently is there's some groups and they're doing this thing called ninjaing people. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, somebody mentioned it. Yeah.
They're building baskets full of goodies and fun things and self-care products, and then they're delivering it to a random person and knocking and just kind of like running away. And I think that is so cool that people are doing that to help empower people, because as if mental health wasn't already such a huge thing before all of this. I know that COVID has really affected people even more, people that maybe didn't struggle with mental illness to begin with, because it's such a, like you said, a negative time. So it's so nice to see people kind of trying to help each other out of these bad situations and bad emotions by saying like, hey, I hope you have a good day. Here's a Reese's Pieces chocolate bar.
Yeah. That's something that you said there. Sorry, now I lost it. The door opened and I totally got blindsided by the door opening, and now I lost it. Oh no. Okay, whatever. It's gone. It shall never return. It's fine. Anyway, that was an excellent example, and I agree wholeheartedly that I would love to see that kind of tradition continue as well, because it's just one of those things that can be so spontaneously pleasant, right? And just change your whole outlook on your day. We talked about it a little bit earlier with one of the other guests, and it was that concept of paying it forward sometimes means so much that you never get to see on the other end. Even if it's just something when you're going through the drive-through at Tim Hortons and you pay for the car behind you, what you may not realize is that maybe this was the day that person behind you was at the end of their rope, or they were feeling vulnerable, and now all of a sudden they're like, well, somebody cares, somebody noticed, somebody did something nice, right? So in reference to your ninja-ing thing, Tara Ashley says that you should start playing, we should start music ninjas going around randomly playing places. I think that would be cool. I think we should have
just like caroling outside people's homes.
Yeah, we'd be like, yeah, exactly, like Christmas caroling, but do it for we could call it COVID caroling. There you go. We're the COVID carolers. You could call us up.
That would be pretty great.
And we'd all drive there in our vehicles, right? And then we just kind of open the side doors of the vehicles and we play a couple little tunes, then we move on. Okay, we're starting this. This is going to become a thing.
I think people would love that for sure.
Yeah, the COVID carolers. We're doing it. I'm copywriting it right now. It's been recorded
Yeah,
on the internet.
You've got to patent that right away if somebody's going to steal it if you don't.
That's right. Fantastic. Thank you so much for being willing to talk with us. I really appreciate it. And if you wouldn't mind, what you could do is please post links to where people can check out your stuff in the comments to the video, because I think it's super important. We've had a few people asking for you to perform something, especially Sarah Blanchard wanted to hear you sing Mad World. It's totally up to you if you want to. I will give you this caveat, though. Every time we've tried to have music through Facebook Messenger, it has not worked very well, in the sense that what happens is it drops the music out, like it fades it out because it thinks that when you're singing, you're trying to talk and it wants to get rid of background noise. So it's up to you if you would like to do it. It's just been asked a few times, and I don't want to deprive anyone of anything. So if you feel comfortable enough and are willing to know that this will go recorded on the internet, possibly not sounding great, then that's up to you.
I probably could wing it if you think it's worth a shot.
Listen, I'm down like a clown for anything. So do you need a moment to gather anything or set anything up?
I guess. I mean, my guitar's just right behind me, so
well,
we'll just go like acoustically here. I won't set up anything else because that would just be too much time consumed. But I definitely could do that. I could play a song.
Okay, perfect. Well, I will shut the hell up because nobody needs to hear from me anymore, and we will put the focus back on you. And again, the caveat here is that it may not work very well, but it is
That's all right.
it is what it is. Without further ado, here's Nikki Knight with. Are you gonna do Mad World?
It's been a hot minute since I played that song, so I could try.
Yeah, that's the one that has been asked. So
let me just get this thing in tune because apparently it's been a hot minute.
yeah, for sure. This is a song that I have played quite a few times on the program as well, and I love that Gary Jules version of it where it's just so subdued and relaxed and mellow. So I may actually play it a few minutes after you're done as well, just to jump on your coattails.
And of course my battery is dead, so like normally I would just tune this with electronics, but
yeah, it's all good. We'll give you time. This is the one part that
trying to do it by ear.
This is the one part that we're making being a keyboard player. I feel so great about. I never have to worry about this.
I used to only ever tune by ear because that's how my dad taught me, but I've gotten so used to having like inner electronics. Who wants to do that anymore?
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of one of my favorite Simpsons references. Where I can't remember the exact situation, but Homer says, "Here I am using my legs like a sucker."
That's so funny. So close.
Yeah, you're close.
That's about as good as she's getting.
Sounds good. Well then, without further ado.
Let me just look up
sure.
reference. I remember you guys were talking about that when Randy was on, people having issues when musicians have reference to get up and play, and it's like, who's going to remember hundreds of songs? Like, that's crazy.
It's weird. I have, in my tablet, I have something to the order of 12 or 1,300 songs. Like, there's the chords, no problem. But the words, no, never going to happen. All right. Are we ready?
I think so.
Perfect. Well then.
Like I said, it's been a while since I've played this song, so like I apologize if I mess it up.
Don't ever apologize. It's fine. Here we go.
All right.
It's all you.
this wants to scroll too fast. All around me are familiar faces, all our places, all our faces, running early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. And their tears are filling up their glasses. No expression, no expression. From my head, I wanna tell my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. The times in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you. I find it hard to tell. When people run in circles, it's a very, very bad word. Bad word. Bad word. Bad word. Sure been waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. May to feel the way that he'll reach out to sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson? Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to tell. When people run in circles, it's a very, very bad world. Bad world. Oh, bad world. Bad world.
I need an applause button. There you go. It's fantastic. I mean, you'll hear it on the audio playback. It's a shame what it does to the music, but your voice sounded really good.
Well,
So
thank you.
so thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, but please do put the links in the comments where people can check out what it is that you do. And I look forward to. I'm going to leave you with this message that I say to all my musician friends: is that I look forward to the time when we're both so busy that we can't possibly see each other again.
Absolutely.
All right, and with that, to you and yours, be well, be happy, and be safe.
You as well.
All right, take care.
You too.
Well, there you go. An experiment that was worth it, in my opinion. But I wish that there was a way to get that quality better, but there isn't, so we won't worry about it right now. It did sound beautiful. It was good. It was quite good. All right. Well, let's I mentioned this song a couple of times now, and I actually found it in the tablet, so I want to play it. Just we were talking about that the juxtaposition, right, with the happy melody versus the morbid message. So this is an Elton John song from sheesh. What album was this? Tumbleweed Connection, I think. It was either Tumbleweed Connection or Honky Chateau. I can't remember. One of those two. Anyway, it's a song called "Think I'm Gonna Kill Myself." I'm getting bored of being part of mankind. There's not a lot to do no more. This race is a waste of time. People rushing everywhere, storming around like flies. Think I'll buy a 44 and give them all a surprise. Think I'm gonna kill myself, cause a little suicide. Stick around for a couple of days. What a scandal if I died. Yeah, I'm gonna kill myself, get a little headline news. I'd like to see what the papers say on the state of teenage blues. A rift in the family, I can't use the car. I gotta be in by 10 o'clock. Who do they think they are? Well, I'd make an exception if you want to save my life. Bridget Bottle's gotta come and see me every night. Think I'm gonna kill myself, cause a little suicide. Stick around for a couple of days. What a scandal if I died. Yeah, I'm gonna kill myself, get a little headline news. I'd like to see what the papers say on the state of teenage blues. So here's where you would have a tap dance party. Kill myself with suicide. What a scandal if I died. Kill myself, headline news. I'd like to see what the papers say on the state of teenage blues. There you have it. One of those bizarre songs that's, it's juxtaposition, right? You do one thing, or you say one thing and mean another. Sort of like the situational equivalence of "do as I say, not as I do." Tara Ashley jumps in and says, "What a happy beat. Maybe the purpose is to show suicide isn't the answer and to find the happy beat amidst the anguish." That's an excellent interpretation of it as well. Kylie Renee Ellis says, "Or it could be a reverse meaning. That seems like the only happiness in their life is to end it. Crazy how music can have so many meanings to different people who listen. So many perceptions." 100%. It reminds me of when we would go to school in English class, right? And we'd have to do poem deconstruction, and we'd have to try and identify, what did the author mean by X, Y, or Z. And it's interesting how you can do that with one musical composition can mean so many differing things to different people. But I like to think it was just sort of a tongue-in-cheek experiment on, just an absolute horrid topic. But then to put it behind such a happy beat is, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird, and I enjoy it because it's weird. Is that okay? I think it's okay. Let's do another one where we can get a little bit of a beat going on here, because working with the looper is so much fun. So yeah, let's try this one. We've done this one before on the show, and it's so happy. I love it. All right, that part happens a little bit later on. It's a dual purpose. Here we go.
Friday night, I'm going nowhere. All the lights are changing red to green. Turning over TV stations, situations running through my head. Looking back through time, you know it's clear that I've been blind. I've been a fool. Open up my heart to all that jealousy, that bitterness, that ridicule. Saturday, I'm running wild, and all the lights are changing red to green. Moving through the crowds, I'm pushing, chemicals are rushing in my bloodstream. Only wish that you were here, you know I'm seeing it so clear. I've been afraid to show you how I really feel, admit to some of those bad mistakes I made. If you want it, come and get it, crying out loud. The love that I was giving you was never in doubt. Let go of your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Let go of your heart, let go of your head. Babylon, Babylon, Babylon. Well, Sunday, all the lights in London shine, the sky is fading red to blue. And kicking through the autumn leaves and wondering where it is you might be going to. Turning back for home, you know I'm feeling so alone. I can't believe. Climbing on the stair, I turn around to see you smiling there in front of me. If you want it, come and get it, crying out loud. The love that I was giving you was never in doubt. Let go of your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Let go of your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Let go of your heart, let go of your head, feel it now. Let go of your heart, let go of your Babylon.
Awkward ending, but an ending nonetheless, and that's all that's important. All right. Loop erase time. And now what? Oh, thank you, Tara, for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoy the program. That's 50% of it right there. What shall we do now? We have no requests in the coup. What's that? Peter Gabriel? Sure. Who doesn't like some Peter Gabriel? Little Peter Gabriel never killed anybody that we know of. A regular-sized Peter Gabriel might have killed lots of people. Well, what do we play by Peter Gabriel? That's the thing. We have so many. We have so many. Really? Salisbury Hill? Yes. Okay. Now, do we do Salisbury Hill in the upbeat style that Salisbury Hill actually is, or do we do Salisbury Hill in kind of a slow, interpretive Salisbury Hill? Get quirky with it. Okay. Ashley says, the yelling. Yes. There is much yelling. Oh, she says she has some written in the car, but I haven't gone out yet. Well, good that you're making the effort for the program. Thanks so much. And cue more yelling that I can't hear from Leamington. Or Bell River, sorry. Okay, so are we getting weird with this? Is that what we're saying? Okay. Well, then I'm not going to pick up the guitar. This is going to be weird. Somebody wants weird. That's what we get.
Up on Salisbury Hill, I could see the city lights. Wind was blowing, time stood still. Eagle flew out of the night. He was something to observe. Came in close, I heard a voice, standing, stretching every nerve. I had to listen, had no choice. I did not believe the information. I just had to trust imagination. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Son, he said, come grab your things, I've come to take you home. Keeping silence, I resigned. My friends would think I was a nut, turning water into wine. Open doors would soon be shut. So I went from day to day, though my life was in a rut, till I thought of what I'd say, which connection I should cut. I was feeling part of the scenery. I walked right out of the machinery. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Hey, he said, grab your things, I've come to take you home. When illusion spins her net, I'm never where I wanna be. Liberty, she pirouette. when I think that I am free. Watch my empty silhouettes, close their eyes but still can see. No one taught them etiquette. Well, I will show another me. I don't need a replacement. I'll tell them what the smile on my face meant. While going boom, boom, boom. Hey, I said, you keep my things, they've come to take me home. They're taking me home. They're taking me home. They're taking me home.
Felt like it was going to start out slower and more melodic, and then I ended up going back into it. Oh well, it is what it is. That's what you get. That's the duality of Salisbury Hill right there. Well, okay, that was Salisbury Hill. I want to try this one again. I tried the other day. Derek Kenny did a really great version of it, and I'm not going to do it the same kind of justice, but it's a really great song, and I adore trying to play it. See if this is the right key now. Yeah. Let's bring that down even more. All right. Let's try this again.
understand. You gave me love, and in the palm of my hand, I can't tell you how I feel. My heart is like a wheel, let me roll it. Let me roll it to you. Let me roll it. Let me roll it to you.
Reminds me of that part in Ghostbusters where Venkman walks into Dana Barrett's apartment for the first time to diagnose the ghosts. And he walks past the piano and he lifts it up and absently goes, "They hate that." It's so much fun. All right. What else do we have in the old queue here? Let's do this one. This is a nice, slow, little mellow one. And I did it on guitar last time for Mr. Rob Shepley, but I want to do it on piano this time because I think it'll work quite well. Icy wind of night be gone, this is not your domain. In the sky a bird was heard to cry. Misty morning whisperings and gentle stirring sounds belie the deathly silence that lay all around. Hear the lark and hearken to the barking of the dog fox gone to ground. See the splashing of the kingfisher crashing to the water. A river of green is sliding unseen beneath the trees, laughing as it passes through the endless summer, making for the sea. In the lazy water meadow I lay me down. All around me golden sunflakes settle on the ground, basking in the golden of the bygone afternoon, bringing sounds of yesterday into this city of doom. Hear the lark and hearken to the barking of the dog fox gone to ground. See the splashing of the kingfisher crashing to the water. A river of green is sliding unseen beneath
passes through the endless summer, making for the sea. Lazy water meadow, I lay me down. All around me golden sunflakes covering the ground, basking in the sunshine of a bygone afternoon, bringing sounds of yesterday into my city doom. Hear the lark and hearken to the barking of the dog fox gone to ground. See the splashing of the kingfisher crashing to the water. A river of green sliding unseen beneath the trees, laughing as it passes through the endless summer, making for the sea.
Grantchester Meadows, but played incredibly low because I forgot to retranspose the piano. These are the things that happened at 10 minutes to midnight. 2 minutes to midnight. Well, now what? Oh, let's do this. This is an old Neil Young tune.
With the barkers and the colored balloons, you can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. It's so noisy at the fair, but all your friends are there. Candy floss you had, and your mother and your dad. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. There's a girl just down the aisle. Oh, to turn and see her smile. You can hear the words she wrote as you read the hidden note. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barker be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. And you're underneath the stairs, you're giving back some glares to the people who you met, and it's your first cigarette. Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can't be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. Now you say you're leaving home 'cause you wanna be alone. Ain't it funny how you feel when you're finding out it's real? Oh, live on Sugar Mountain with the barkers and the colored balloons. You can be 20 on Sugar Mountain, though you're thinking that you're leaving there too soon. You're leaving there too soon. You could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark, or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet, you know that ghost is me. And I will never be set free as long as I'm a ghost that you can't see. If I could read your mind, love, what a tale your thoughts could tell. Just like a paperback novel, the kind the drugstore sells. When you reach the part where the heartaches come, the hero would be me. But heroes often fail, and you won't read that book again because the ending's just too hard to take. I'd walk away like a movie star who gets burned in a three-way script, or enter number two. A movie queen to play the scene of bringing all the good things out in me. But for now that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone and I just can't get it back. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well, in a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet. But stories always end, and if you read between the lines, you'll know that I'm just trying to understand the feelings that you lack. I never thought I would feel this way, and I've got to say that I just don't get it. I don't know where we went wrong, but the feeling's gone. I just can't get it back.
Here you go. Little twofer mashup there. We got about 3.5 minutes left. So let's see if there's some other quick song that we can play. If anyone has any suggestions. If not, I'm just going to pick one. Beep-a-dip-dip-doo. Let's see here. And let us not forget tomorrow. Tomorrow is the return of Jam Night with the lovely Paul Richard and I want to say the inevitable Jim O'Neill. I don't know why. It's for some reason, it just came into my head. Jim O'Neill, he's inevitable. Oh, thanks, Ash. That's very nice of you. I got the whoop and the raised hands. That's right. That's what it's all about right there. The raised hands whoop. Say cool. Say whip. Say whoop. Let's see here. I keep forgetting the importance of 300. I don't forget the importance of 300. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly I'm supposed to do at 300. That's the thing. I don't really know yet. I haven't figured that out. I have to calculate when it is. It's going to be when Jim and Paul are here. So, you know, I gotta figure it out, man. Like, what are we going to do for 300 hours? That's like, if you were to do this show for 30 hours, you'd have to do it 10 times. If you were to do this show for 3 hours, you'd have to do it 100 times to get to the point that we're going to be at on Saturday, tomorrow. Ashley says pop bottles. I don't know what that means. Throw pop bottles around? We could throw pop bottles around. I have like a whole collection over here of pop bottles on the thing. Pop bottles just before 10 o'clock is when the 300-hour mark. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I know which one I would love to try. I've never tried playing this song before, but I could show them my new toy. I talked about my new toy, but I didn't show them the new toy. But we could. Okay. Ashley says, no, but I don't know what this means. We need context. These things are happening with such a significant delay that I don't know what it is that you mean when you reference no. Let's see here. Chords. Yeah, do a little balloon thing. Perfect. Yeah, let's do it. This is... This is cool. It's gonna. I think this is gonna be cool. Let's see. I should say I have to thank Danielle Sampson Lemke for putting this idea into my head, because she mentioned something about Leonard Cohen online, and then I don't know why, but this song in particular came into my head about Leonard Cohen. So it's a great tune. This is the story of Isaac.
door would open slowly. My father came in, I was 9 years old. He stood so tall above me, his blue eyes, they were shining, and his voice was very cold. He said, I've had a vision, and you know I am strong and holy. I must do what I've been told. So he started up the mountain. I was running, he was walking, and his axe was made of gold. The trees, they got much smaller, the lake a lady's mirror. We stopped to drink some tea. He threw his bottle over, it broke a minute later, and he took his hand with me. I thought I saw an eagle, it might have been a vulture, but I never could decide. Then Father built an altar. He looked once behind his shoulder. He knew I would not hide. You who build these altars now to sacrifice these children, you must not do it anymore. Because a scheme is not a vision, you who never have been tempted by a demon or a god. You stand above them now, your hatchet's blunt and bloody. You were not there before. When I lay upon the mountain, my father's hand was trembling with the beauty of the word. If you call me brother now, forgive if I inquire, just according to whose plan. When it all comes down to dust, I will kill you if I must, I will help you if I can. When it all comes down to dust, I will help you if I must, I will kill you if I can. Have mercy on our uniform, men of peace or men of war. The peacock spreads his fan.
I think I would do that one again, but I'd do it in a higher key. That's the thing about Leonard Cohen. He's so low. He sings so low. All right, well, that does it. Hey, Mr. Colton. Summer's young. Hello, Jules, he says. Yes. That's what this program was missing. Somebody screaming at me in the corner. How could I be so forgetful? That will do it for this installment. I wish I had ended on a stronger song than that one, but whatever. It is what it is. And that's all it is. Tomorrow, Jam Night, and it's
The 300!
See, you're not the only one that can yell. I can yell too. And anyway, yeah, 300 hours. It's going to be exciting. There's going to be 300 hours. We're going to have spoken with almost 180 people. We have 175 people at this point. Isn't that cool? And 42,000 views it will be. It's just amazing to me. I don't know. Somebody wants to see my ugly mug that often. It's crazy. Anyway, until then, I will leave you in the grace and favor of our Lord. Odin, the grace and favor of our Lord Odin. And I will leave you with the sentiment that we leave you with every time, and that is be good to each other, be decent to each other, be kind, because it takes no extra effort to act human. That's what you are. So just take the path of least resistance and be a good human. And in the immortal words of Mr. Bruce Springsteen, who I attribute the lack of viewership at the beginning of the program to the fact that he was a guest on the shoot. Now I can't remember. There was some concert series that went on. He was a guest on, anyway, so that was around 7 o'clock. But he's the one who coined the phrase that the show's slogan is, and that is nobody wins unless everybody wins. And before I go, I will say a cheerful hello to Mr. Al Metivier. Welcome. I'm sorry that you arrived just as the show was ending. But this and all other shows are available for replay on YouTube. So make sure you go hit the YouTube channel. We're going to do something special when we hit 200 YouTube subscribers. So if you are subscriber number 200 to YouTube, then we're going to do something special for you. Until then, yeah, I got nothing left to say. So we will see you tomorrow. Jam night. 300. Bye-bye.